Thank you for coming to this, our first time back in person since COVID. We had our spring 2020 event canceled, and then we went virtual for about 2 or 3 years with our conferences, and here's our first time, and this is actually hybrid. Now, someone told me when I was approaching the stage that if the house looks a little empty today, you just assume that everyone is on Zoom, and imagine crowds, and the people on Zoom can't see how many people are in the audience, so to those, the house is packed. You're lucky you're at home with Zoom, you have a seat. So my name is Richard Hanley. I'm the director of the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center, and we have actually a great program today, and it's on a topic that will, probably, might have an enormous impact on the areas and communities that we look at, the communities of the Brooklyn Waterfront. And it has been an interesting year of preparation. As many of you know, I'm an English professor, and so when I start a topic, I'm certainly not an expert in wind power, but my job is to find the experts who are experts in wind power, or whatever topic we have. And I spend the year learning, and this year I spent the year seeing the various contracts that came and went, as those of you who follow the news, but we are still on track, I have been assured, to see wind power come to Brooklyn. And it is, to me, as I was researching and learning about this, I know I should be more cynical. I grew up in New York and I've been around the block, but this really, to me, at times seems like something that can be quite transformative. And I look at, we've been around the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center for about 15 years, and as we've been having our conferences and discussions and meetings, we've heard about gentrification, we've heard about environmental degradation, we've heard about deindustrialization, we've heard about the lack of maritime jobs, we've heard about all of these, but we also have in that time seen some, perhaps more than glimmers. I don't know how you feel about, the Williamsburg and Greenpoint high-rise luxury buildings that block a lot of the water access, but there's the glorious park that has been built. There are neighborhoods that are holding on and are very active. And of course, there was the attack by Sandy a number of years ago, and it was interesting to see how neighbors and communities responded to that. And so I guess what I'm saying, back and forth, there has been reason for optimism and pessimism about the future of the Brooklyn Waterfront and communities of the Brooklyn Waterfront. And I'd like to start going on the glass is half full side of things for a while, but that will be how you come down. We have here today the author of our white paper, which is included. That's all you have to do is click on the QR code in the program. Make sure you get one of the programs, and you'll be able to read that. But the authors of the Nathan Kensinger and our project, who's a research fellow here at BWRC, and our project coordinator, Alex Diaz-Casos, have written, and they still don't know the answer whether the glass is half full or half empty, as they've researched. But we'll hear people today committed to the task of making this work. We'll hear from people who have visions about what it is and what it could be. And so I'm very excited. I'm excited to meet these people in person. And to those of you who are here, thank you very much for coming. In terms of negotiating this theater, which is a really neat place, the bathrooms are out that way in the lobby, and on the second floor, there's an elevator that way and a staircase this way, and we have for our break, or even if you sneak out for a cup of coffee and some water and some desserts, there will be a lunch later on at noon. And so without further ado, I'd like to get things started. Our first speaker, Lena Pound, is with us from the U.S. Department of Energy. And Lena is a management analyst working at Lindell Reed Contractor at the U.S. Department of Energy, at Department of Wind Energy Technologies Office. Her current role is focused on strategic planning and implementation of major offshore wind initiatives, including the DOE Offshore Wind Strategy and Floating Offshore Wind Shot. She came to the U.S. Department of Energy through a NOAA Sea grant, John A. Naus Marine Policy Fellowship Program, and she holds a PhD in microbiology from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, a master's degree in marine biology from the College of Charleston, and a bachelor's degree in wildlife and fishery science from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. With her interdisciplinary background and passion for sustainable energy, she is committed to advancing the development and deployment of offshore wind technologies. And with her background in natural sciences and with her concern for wildlife, we might be able to put to bed some myths that certain political figures poison our minds with from time to time. So without further ado, I'd like to present Lena Pound.
Thank you, Professor Hanley, and thank you all for joining me today. Is it possible to get my slides up? Perfect, thank you. So thank you all for joining me today, especially those of you who are in the audience. I know it's a bit of a cold, dreary Friday, so thank you for being with me here today. Before I get started, I want to do a quick show of hands, and at least in the audience, of who is very familiar with offshore wind and may work in the offshore wind industry. Okay, a few. And how many of you might be offshore wind curious? This might be one of your first deep dives into offshore wind. Awesome. Well, wonderful, welcome. So as there's a range of offshore wind knowledge in the audience today, I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit more about offshore wind deployment in the United States and talk about how the federal government is working to advance offshore wind in the United States. So what you see here is a map of the average wind speeds in the United States, with the darker blues indicating higher wind speeds and the little orange dots, these little orange dots here indicating areas of urban growth, so really high population areas. As you might notice, in New York, we're sitting under one of these orange dots right here. So as you can see, we have wonderfully high wind speeds along the northeast and along the west coast, which makes these areas really ideal for offshore wind technologies. Conveniently, these areas that are most suitable for offshore wind growth also happen to be right around those urban centers where the energy is really needed the most. The United States actually has an estimated total offshore wind potential of over 4 terawatts, and to put that in perspective, that's actually 3 times more than the total electricity generating capacity in the United States in 2023. And so to harness that incredible offshore wind potential, we need to be able to install offshore wind turbines into the water. And these can vary quite a bit in their design. Offshore wind turbines fall into one of two major categories. The first are fixed bottom technologies, which you can see on the three on the left, and the second are floating technologies, which you can see in the three on the right. As you might be able to tell from this image, the difference between the two commonly comes down to the depth of the water that they're in. Floating technologies are more suitable for waters that are shallower than 60 meters or 180 foot in depth, and they actually have their turbine bases affixed to the sea floor itself. To my knowledge, all of the projects that are currently being developed in New York are going to be these fixed bottom technologies. Floating technologies are more suitable for deeper waters, where the water is deeper than 60 meters, and the turbines are actually affixed to a floating platform, and these can come in quite a few different varieties of floating platform. These floating technologies are going to be really essential to developing offshore wind technologies along our west coast, where the waters get very deep, very fast, and along the east coast in places like the Gulf of Maine, where the water is too deep for offshore wind, or for fixed bottom offshore wind technologies. And in the future, we may even see more floating offshore wind further offshore in deeper waters all along the east coast. So now that we have a better understanding of what offshore wind looks like or could look like in the United States, I want to talk a little bit more about why we're so excited about it. And we're at a really pivotal moment in the offshore wind industry where the choices that we make today are going to shape our future energy landscape. Offshore wind is a critical energy source to combat global climate change. And around the world, we're seeing more and more countries entering the offshore wind market by establishing processes and designating offshore wind areas for offshore wind development. Offshore wind deployment has a multitude of really wonderful benefits that it can provide, but I want to highlight just a few. The first is that it can provide new urban and rural economic benefits and investments. There's going to be tens of thousands of new jobs in the development of a highly skilled workforce. It can also bring back US manufacturing and supply chain development, and we can also see quite a bit of improved air quality and lower associated levels of mortality and morbidity. So the Biden administration actually recognized this wonderful spectrum of benefits and sought to establish a national deployment goal, and we set that target up in early 2021. That goal aims to develop over 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by the year 2030, which would then set us on a path to developing over 110 gigawatts of offshore wind by the year 2050. And in the United States, we have a young but a very rapidly growing market. So we currently have approximately 2.5 gigawatts of completed offshore wind turbines in the United States, and right now those are all those fixed bottom turbines. This year, we saw the completion of our first commercial scale offshore wind project, and there are many other projects that are currently under construction or we anticipate construction starting this year. And so this marks a really pivotal turning point in the offshore wind industry in the United States, and a really exciting time because we're starting to transition from a time of planning and project development to a time of project construction and operation. So we're really excited about this year. And so we also have a very large growing pipeline of offshore wind projects in the United States. At the end of 2022, the US offshore wind project pipeline actually reached over 52 gigawatts. Keep in mind that that goal was 30 gigawatts, so we're doing pretty good. The data that you see here is pulled from the annual market report that the US Department of Energy publishes every August. And so we anticipate that the data you're seeing here is going to get even bigger come this August when we publish our new annual report. And so the pipeline in the United States is largely driven by two major processes. That's the state procurements as well as federal planning. To date, states have a combined total of over 110 gigawatts of offshore wind planning targets. As you can see, up at the top here, New York has one of the largest pipelines, but I'm going to leave the details of that for our next speaker from NYSERDA, who can speak to the New York details. Today, I want to focus on some of the work that the federal government is doing to advance offshore wind in the United States. This slide attempts to be a quick Rosetta Stone of offshore wind and federal agencies. A quick note that the federal agencies that are listed here are not a comprehensive list of every agency that's involved in offshore wind, but for the sake of time, I really wanted to focus on those agencies that really focus on the research, the regulation, and the supply chain development associated with offshore wind. So overall, we're taking a whole of government approach to advancing offshore wind in the United States, and that means actually bringing the full resources of all of the agencies to bear and really leveraging those resources. So I'll start over here with and be prepared. I'm about to jump into acronym soup because the government loves their acronyms, so I'll try to make sure that I give you all of the information you need, but bear with me here. So first, we have the Department of Interior's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or commonly referred to as BOEM, and they are responsible for the energy and mineral resource development on the outer continental shelf of the United States. This includes issuing leases and easements and right-of-way that can, for the purpose of advancing renewable energy and promoting its production, transmission, and support. Next, we have the Department of Interior's BSEE, which is the Bureau for Safety and Environmental Enforcement, and they're tasked with overseeing workplace safety, environmental compliance, and enforcing strategies for offshore wind projects. Next, I'll go to the Department of Commerce's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and their National Marine Fisheries Service, NIMFS, and they are responsible for the stewardship and management of the fisheries, protected species, and those habitats that they live in. Next, I will go to the Department of Transportation's Maritime Administration, or MARAD. They work in many areas. I'm going to run down a list here. They got ships, shipping, shipbuilding, port operation and construction, vessel construction and operation, national security, the environment, mariner education and training, as well as safety. So DOT's got quite a bit going on as well. And last but not least, I am going to talk about the Department of Energy, who I am here to speak to their role today. So the Department of Energy works to enable the energy systems of the future, and they do this through a combination of research and development funding, as well as support for project development and transmission and supply chain development. The Department of Energy has a very broad portfolio of offshore wind research, development, and demonstration projects to both lower the cost of offshore wind energy on the whole and also promote the deployment potential of floating and fixed bottom floating and fixed bottom offshore wind. So there are several offices, and by several I mean quite a few, upwards of 12 to 15 offices within the Department of Energy that all have a role to play in offshore wind energy, and I'm going to highlight a few now. The first is the office that I work in is the Wind Energy Technologies Office, or WEDO, which lives within the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And WEDO plans and executes a diversified portfolio of research projects designed to advance wind technologies and make sure that those technologies can be incorporated into the electric grid. In addition, WEDO also supports research to both better understand and really resolve wind-related siting and environmental challenges. Next, we have the DOE Loan Programs Office, or LPO, which can provide public financing, kind of acting as a bit of a federal bank, if you will, for a range of development projects, and that can include transmission projects as well as whole manufacturing facilities. Next, I'm going to talk about the Grid Deployment Office at the Department of Energy, which works to advance transmission planning and promote energy resiliency, while the Department of Energy Office of Electricity has a little bit more to do with facilitating the grid research and advancing those grid operating technologies. So you can think of them as Grid Deployment Office being a little more associated with the planning and coordination, and the Office of Electricity being a little bit more involved in the research. So next we have the Advanced Research Projects Agency Energy. It's a bit of a mouthful. They commonly go by the name ARPA-E. And this office advances high potential, higher risk energy projects that are a little too early for private investment. And this includes a recent nearly $40 million investment in the Atlantis floating offshore wind program that they have. So they're very active in the offshore wind space as well. And finally, I want to highlight the Advanced Materials and Manufacturing Technology Office, which seeks to investigate new manufacturing technologies that both help lower cost, encourage domestic production, and increase the reliability of these manufactured products. So obviously we have quite a bit going on in the federal space associated with offshore wind. So 2 years ago, we released a national interagency strategy that identified 5 areas of need associated with offshore wind deployment. The first is to reduce wind energy cost. The second is to support optimized siting and regulation. The third is to invest in supply chain development. The fourth is to address grid integration challenges. And the last is to expand federal incentives related to offshore wind industry. And I said this in that order because while we do have quite a bit of progress undergoing for most of these, this last box we consider largely checked by the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which have both been passed in the 2 years since this figure in this report was published. And so those 2 pieces of legislation really provided groundbreaking clean energy incentives. So the Department of Energy then used that national strategy to establish our own DOE-specific offshore wind strategy, which characterizes the role that DOE can play in advancing offshore wind in the United States and helps characterize the full amount of resources that DOE has to bring to bear. And so it actually has 4 major initiatives: Now, Forward, Connect, and Transform. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about each of these initiatives. So Now is focused on those fixed bottom technologies and seeks to lower the cost of fixed bottom technologies, develop that supply chain, and help ensure that the deployment is done in an expanded, just, and sustainable way. Forward is a sister initiative, if you will, that's focused on the floating technologies, but also seeks to lower the cost of floating technologies, develop the supply chain, and promote expanded, just, and sustainable deployment of floating technologies. Connect is what we refer to as our transmission initiative, and this initiative seeks to not only help plan the offshore wind network that incorporates individual projects with regional power markets, but also seeks to coordinate those across federal, state, and the regional entities that are needing to collaborate in order to make that transmission network a reality. It also includes research on high voltage direct current HVDC, high voltage direct current technologies to allow for the transmission of such high levels of energy back to the US electric grid. And finally, we have Transform, which is a little bit more of a future looking, but we're still getting started in it right away. But this initiative is focused on cogeneration technologies or wind-to-X solutions. And what we think about this here is how can we use offshore wind to actually address other solutions that can help decarbonize our economy even more than just offshore wind alone. So things like this include things like wind to hydrogen, so how can we create clean fuels using wind energy, and things like storage, how can we work on long duration storage, think of batteries, if you will. And so these are all other uses for offshore wind that can also help further decarbonize our entire economy. So with that, I want to talk a little bit more about the floating offshore wind shop, because I realize New York does not currently have any floating technologies in its pipeline, but I still want to highlight this because it's a really massive offshore wind federal initiative. And so it builds on, the floating offshore wind shot builds on the DOE strategy that I just mentioned, focusing on the forward floating initiative, the floating aspects of the transmission initiative Connect, and the floating aspects of the cogeneration initiative Transform. And it establishes the floating offshore wind shot, which is a very ambitious goal to help establish the US as a leader in floating offshore wind design, manufacturing, and deployment. And so, as I mentioned, the floating offshore wind shot is actually an interagency initiative, so it involves the Department of Energy, the Department of the Interior, the Department of Commerce, and the Department of Transportation, again working as an all-of-government approach to advancing, in this case, floating offshore wind deployment in the United States. And these federal partners have led a number of new initiatives. This SHOT effort was actually only announced in September of 2022, and they have done a ton of work to advance this initiative in the year and a half since then. And so I was asked here today to speak to the many ways that the federal government is working on offshore wind. And I realized that I just spoke to you for about 10 minutes, and if I wanted to tell you all of the things that the federal government is doing, you would have to be here for several days. And so I'm hoping that the overview that I just gave you can provide a little bit of a context for the types of agencies that are active in the offshore wind space and the type of work that they're doing. But I do want to hope that you will all check out this report that we actually just published just a couple of weeks ago, and it's designed to be a bit of a one-stop shop summary of all of the federal agencies and offices engaged in offshore wind and the various programs and resources they have to bear. So this document helps describe the federal tax incentives, the federal financing programs, and the research and development associated with, the research and development funding associated with technology development and community engagement, environmental research, transmission development, and social science. So there's quite a bit of work being done in all of these various areas under all of the funding programs associated with the federal government. And so with that, I want to say thank you for your time today. I'm really excited about the future of offshore wind, especially the future of offshore wind right here in Brooklyn, where I know big things are happening. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Professor Hanley.
Thank you very much, Lena. That was comprehensive, but as you said, truly comprehensive would be a day or two. But it does give us some idea of the scope of the effort and the coordination that's going on with those efforts, which makes things hopeful and exciting. I guess it must be an exciting time to work there. Our next speaker, and so the theme, if you will, of how we are presenting this today is we're starting at the national level, going to the state, then we're coming into New York and Brooklyn, and then the afternoon panel will be, we'll have a keynote talk at lunch on a just transition to clean energy, and then the afternoon we'll have a panel that will talk about the business and workforce opportunities in our communities that might result from wind energy. And so now it is my pleasure to go to the next step, NYSERDA, and introduce you to Pauline Hewitt, who is the Assistant Director of Offshore Wind at NYSERDA. And that's the offshore wind program team is engaged in advancing competitive procurement of new strategic projects, contract management of the growing portfolio, advancing grid integration solutions, driving workforce and economic development, including manufacturing and port infrastructure, investments to ensure New York State maintains its position as the nation's hub for offshore wind, supporting the regulatory and diverse intergovernmental engagements required to support New York State's offshore wind industry, and responsible for cost-effective growth, including New York's 4 offshore wind technical working groups, which lead relevant research projects, that is, environment, innovation, stakeholders, and the like. And so we will see NYSERDA's role in so much of the offshore wind and how they also have this massive integration of what they are doing. Before joining NYSERDA in February, Pauline was living and working in France and has 15 years experience in the energy sector. She had 2 years as Deputy Chief of Staff and Special Advisor to the CEO of the French National TSO, which is focused on strategy, perspective, planning, and communication. She was 5 years as the CEO of the trade association dedicated to wind power in France, both offshore and onshore, and 9 years in a public affairs and consulting firm as director lobbyist. She's a corporate lawyer by education and practiced as an M&A lawyer for 3 years in Gide. And so it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Assistant Director of Offshore Wind at NYSERDA, Pauline Hugh.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center for organizing this conference and inviting NYSERDA. Thank you, Richard. I'm thrilled and honored to present an overview of the offshore wind strategy and development for the New York State. So, it was said by Elena, offshore wind represents a critical solution in our transition to clean energy. So reaching the goal of net zero electricity by 2035 depends on each state meeting their offshore wind targets that support the United States objective of 30 gigawatt by 2030. The federal government, you said it, made significant commitments and investments to advance offshore wind. The East Atlantic coast finds itself at a pivotal moment, spearheading collective efforts toward clean energy and environmental stewardship. Here in New York, the New York Climate Act sets broad carbon reduction goals, reducing emission to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, and then to 85% below 1990 levels by 2050. Goals which can be supported by offshore wind development. Together with other renewables, this is a major transition in energy sourcing in New York. New York State has adopted some of the most ambitious clean energy targets in the nation, including an offshore wind goal of installing 9,000 megawatts by 2035. This is enough to power 6 million homes and cover 30% of New York's electricity load. The offshore wind industry will create well over 10,000 jobs and generate massive investments in infrastructure. So who are we, NYSERDA? We're the state authority charged with implementing the New York's goal of 9,000 megawatts of offshore wind energy by 2035. Richard said it, NYSERDA seeks to advance the cost-effective and responsible development of offshore wind energy to serve New Yorkers in a way that fosters the long-term sustainability of the industry, facilitates regional collaboration, and spurs innovation and economic opportunities. So in this respect, NYSERDA is responsible for running the procurements, leading to NYSERDA purchasing what we are calling offshore wind renewable energy certificate from contracted offshore wind generation facility developers. And as you see on this slide, since 2018, the state has steadily progressed with procurement. And NYSERDA is also responsible for leveraging grant funding to catalyze the development of the offshore wind supply chain. Because building offshore wind projects in a timely and cost-effective manner requires investment in a reliable supply chain that also benefits New York's workforce, businesses, and supports transition to a clean energy economy. But after years of aggressive global market expansion on the worldwide scale, the offshore wind industry and its worldwide component supply chain have faced significant pressures, including high interest rates and fierce competition for construction material. The New York offshore wind portfolio faced challenges: developer petitions for financial relief, OREC contract termination, and the recent conclusion of the state's third solicitation. So last October, reaffirming the state's commitment to Climate Act goals, the Governor Hochul unveiled a 10-point action plan to address macroeconomic challenges. I would like to highlight 3 points made through this plan. We recognize pressure on financing condition, on supply chain, on workforce, on transmission. Building this new industry is challenging, and that's an understatement. But we're nimble. We accelerate as much as possible when required. For instance, the fourth NYSERDA solicitation, which typically normally takes 12 to 14 months, was turned around in about 3. And we're working with the industry to ensure consistency. We're willing to share risk and take appropriate measures to adjust. So where do we stand with the projects and with the supply chain? So to confirm what you were saying, Elena, there's only fixed bottom offshore wind for the moment. But I'll come to floating offshore wind later on. So South Fork Wind is New York State's first commercial scale wind farm. It is operational and it delivers power to the Empire State. Through its fourth solicitation, NYSERDA awarded last February 2 projects, Empire Wind 1 and Sunrise. These projects are expected to deliver power by 2026 to 1 million New York homes. They will create over 800 near-term construction jobs and invest $2 billion in enhance the economy. Port facilities are obviously a crucial element for the construction and operation of offshore wind farms. In the New York State, 5 ports are in active development. Of that, you are well aware here in Brooklyn, where the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal is about to start construction. And this is my favorite picture that is arriving. That's a great picture. Construction to transform South Brooklyn Marine Terminal into an offshore wind energy port facility is a major milestone. And when completed in 2026, it will be a great achievement. This project will transform a historic feature of Brooklyn's waterfront into an industry-leading offshore wind port. The project will transform the 73-acre shipping, warehousing, and manufacturing space in Sunset Park into an operational and maintenance hub for offshore wind. The South Brooklyn Marine Terminal will be the largest port dedicated to offshore wind staging, assembly of offshore wind turbines components, and maintenance in the United States. And it will support over 10,000 families sustaining jobs. For the past year, the offshore wind industry faced setbacks, but in setbacks lies opportunity, and we are moving forward. Governor Hochul announced on April 23 that a $200 million supportive manufacturing and logistics request for proposals was now open to support investment in manufacturing and infrastructure to grow the domestic offshore supply chain in New York. Additionally, we issued a request for information to gather market insights to inform the New York's 5th offshore wind project solicitation, as well as the design of a coordinated $300 million solicitation focusing on major components of offshore wind supply chain investment. With insights gathered through this request for information, NYSERDA will design and launch the 5th offshore wind solicitation, which will run in parallel of the supply chain solicitation. And this solicitation will seek to award at least 2,600 megawatts of offshore wind energy capacity. This is what is reflected in this proposed timeline that comes from the request for information. And on top of that, New York State is planning for the future. New York State's 2nd offshore wind master plan will provide insights to support development beyond the 9,000 megawatts that are planned for 2035, including deeper water. So by planning for more available areas, looking at floating offshore wind technology, New York would increase access to necessary offshore wind area to host projects, increase competition in the market, and expand the pool of developers while introducing new ideas and innovation to reduce costs. So to conclude this presentation, I would like to say that building this new offshore wind technology industry at such magnitude and at the rapid pace that the climate crisis is imposing is very demanding. We need to take a pragmatic approach to face inevitable challenges, and we need to find solutions that will set us up for long-term success. It is the time to be nimble, thoughtful, and most importantly, to act swiftly. And this is exactly what New York State is doing. New York is adapting in real time, and this is the steadfast commitment needed to maintain momentum and adapt to dynamic conditions to continue to move large-scale renewable energy forward on a competitive basis despite the ever-evolving challenges the industry is facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. That was, and so we've now taken it down to the state level. By the way, if anyone is looking for objects in their next philanthropic giving, just as sitting on the stage, you could donate to CityTech some chairs that would have swivel, so the panelists here would be able to turn around, see the screen, and okay. But as we proceed with this, another anecdote. You saw what the renderings of the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, and I should say that when we have graduate students who come on as project coordinators for BWRC, one of the things that I love to do is we jump in my car one day and we sort of travel down the Brooklyn waterfront, stopping here, there, and everywhere. And last fall, when we did that and we came upon the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, there was no one there. So we just drove onto the platform, walked around, and these enormous warehouses, which are being demolished now, the wooden doors were open, and we just walked through, and we saw, my goodness, all of this, and it was space. It was like about 3 or 4 or 5. I'm not a good space judger, but football fields worth of warehouse space, totally empty, middle of the day. No one was around. I'm sure it's not like that now as construction is beginning. But at any rate, I have since learned that at one point there were in fact raves in those places and music concerts, and one time was used for a huge Hasidic wedding. So at any rate, those spaces were used, and you see what they're going to be. So now I'd like to offer you the opportunity to ask questions. We have a rather unique feature here. It's like bouncing a beach ball. Josh, this is the speaker that we would like, and Riff, could you just sort of pass that around to people who have questions?
Mike.
So here it is, and they actually, down here, Riff, down here, you'll see this, it can actually be tossed around, but I don't know how. So if you could please identify yourself, where you're from, and let's make sure this works.
Hello, can you hear me?
Josh, can you?
My name is Mike Carm from New York, involved in offshore wind. For our friend from the Department of Energy, first I have a question and a statement. The first is it would be a really good idea on a going forward basis for the premiums paid for the leases in the auctions that they stay in the region. I'm certain you've heard this before. The industry, I think, would benefit tremendously from that. Anyway, that aside, really interesting, you mentioned the interagency developments that you have specific to floating offshore wind. Is there a way for private industry to provide input to those steering committees, or how do we get involved?
One second.
Test. Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, first of all, on your comment, we absolutely hear you. That's not the first time, nor will that be the last time we hear that comment. I will say, I can't speak too much to other agencies as I'm here on behalf of DOE, but we are really excited to see BOEM implementing bidding credits associated with leasing areas now that are allowing in supply chain investments and workforce development investments, and those are done through the bidding credits. So that's been a recent advancement in the past couple years. So work in progress on that comment. Associated with interagency engagement and private engagement and feedback on the floating offshore wind shot, we attempt to do as many outreach and stakeholder engagement activities as possible. So for example, just actually in 5 days, we are holding our floating offshore wind shot summit in Sacramento, California, associated it says floating offshore wind is going to be prominent in that area. And so that's an opportunity for the public to come and provide input, hear about the achievements that we have accomplished so far, hear about our next steps. So for example, in this event that we're holding next week, we're actually going to be talking about the feedback we heard from a stakeholder engagement workshop we held last May, and talking about how the feedback we heard from that stakeholder workshop last May is being incorporated into our planning efforts for implementation for the next 2 to 3 years. And so we try to, I can't make any promises, but so far, and we've held an event every year to incorporate stakeholder feedback, whether that be some virtual events as well as in-person events. And so, yes, we absolutely welcome feedback. In terms of the cost target itself associated with that 70% reduction, we held a workshop just a couple of months ago with industry stakeholders and primarily developers talking about the pathways to actually achieving this goal, and are there things that we're not thinking about right now that developers are, and making sure that we are starting to think about those in terms of how we proceed with SHOT initiatives.
Okay, other questions? There's one in the center. Do we dare toss it and see if it works? Toss it, see what happens.
Hello, my name is David M. Sokol. I'm an artist and designer. First off, can we possibly have the lights lowered so we can see the slides? Number one. Number two, I hate to bring in a political issue, but it's been reported in many places that candidate Trump has offered $1 billion to the fossil fuel industry, which hates wind, to make him president, so to speak, so that he could disband all the things that you're working on right now. What is the government doing about this?
Thank you. I'm afraid I cannot comment on any kind of political related questions, but I will say that the federal agencies are working very hard to advance offshore wind development through these various initiatives and through those really groundbreaking pieces of legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law that are set up to continue for the next many years.
So something called the Hatch Act would be the act that's going to prevent Lena from making a comment. However,
but it is true that the fossil fuel industry is very much against wind power. Is that true?
well, that,
Okay.
okay, so another question.
Further
One
discussion.
On the end there? Then
Everyone's quite afraid to toss
who's
the
going to be the
microphone.
first one to toss it to see if it works?
I'll toss it after this. My name is Lacey Tauber. I'm the legislative director for the Brooklyn Borough President. My question is for NYSERDA. So the BP is a big champion of offshore wind. You're going to hear about that later from my colleague Spencer. Something was just brought to my attention that I'm still trying to understand. I know the solicitation that was recently canceled had 2 connections into New York City, one in Queens and one in Brooklyn. And so what I think is happening is that in the 5th solicitation, or at least in the RFI that's describing where it's heading, the proposal is maybe for only 1 connection into the city. Is that the case? And if so, can you explain any reasoning behind that? Because I think, we love our colleagues in Queens, but we want to make sure there's plenty to go around for all the boroughs, and we want to see more investment here.
Josh, could you get the speak?
I can stick with this one. Thank you. Yeah. So for the moment, there's one cable that's for sure is going into the city, but the design, as I was saying, of this solicitation is still open. So we're gonna look into all the subject around the cable, but for the moment, I'm gonna tell you for sure where we're going to land on that. And that's the reason for this request for information, is that we are trying to get, because there are so many things that have to be taken into account. So we're gonna look into where the cables are going and how many cables. And this is still something that is open in the RFI, and that's the reason for it. We need to gather as much insights and feedbacks from the industry, from the stakeholder, et cetera, on this RFI, because as you've seen, we are redesigning this solicitation because we had to conclude the last one, and so it was sort of unplanned, and so now we're redesigning it differently, making it more flexible, different. So it's open questions, and we need the feedback from all the stakeholders interested to build the best solicitation.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Josh, is there some way to check to see if there are questions coming in from Zoom? This is our first time, folks, so I'm glad. Thank you for your patience. No questions so far. Okay, we have two more questions here, 1 and 2. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, but I do have a few questions, and I'll just limit them to the next dozen or so. You were working on projections right up to 2050. Anything beyond 2050 is too far out of the scope of possibility to even think about what's going to happen? That's number one. Number two, what will happen to the fossil fuel industry come 2050? Do you figure that offshore wind is going to augment the fossil fuel industry, or will the fossil fuel industry be diminished by a certain amount based upon the energy that's going to be produced by offshore wind? And if it's going to be reduced, what happens to those workers that it will be reduced by? I had more, but that's enough.
Sure. To be honest, I'm not sure that I know the answers to your question. And so in terms of what is happening after 2050, most of the modeling work that we have done so far has focused on the more 2025 to 2050 time range. I'm happy to take those questions back to our modeling teams because we are thinking about what does the energy landscape as a whole look like. And there may be projections past 2050 that just aren't on the top of my mind, but I'm certainly happy to take that back to our team. And in terms of the association, kind of question around what happens to those workers in the case of any potential change. Again, I don't know what that change might look like, but I do know that we're working very hard to not only establish a skilled offshore wind workforce and bring in new talent, but we're looking at projects and programs to be able to transition fossil fuel workers to renewable energy industries, regardless of what happens to the energy landscapes, just to make those options available to them.
Okay, we have a question. Bobby?
Good morning. Thank you for coming. Great panel. My name is Bobby Kennedy. I'm with Edison.
Going to be seeing him in the next panel.
Yeah. So a couple of questions. BOEM, I've followed all of the solicitations and auctions for the last few years. And one of the challenges that I noticed with offshore wind is that the Jones Act, obviously, and that the fact that in the US, the size of the offshore wind farms that we are trying to install and the size of the turbines, there's probably only 3 ships globally that can do that work. There's a utility out of Virginia. They had built a ship because they had addressed similar gap they noticed in a pilot project. But what are we doing from a government standpoint to build the right ships that can operate in and out of U.S. ports to overcome this constraint of the Jones Act. That's for Helena. And then Paulina, my question is about information asymmetry. Listening to about where the cables are going to go, when at Con Ed we did our solicitation for the Brooklyn Clean Energy Hub, other developers that are also developing their own version of the hub, such as Rise Light and Power, had a really strong public marketing campaign where it wasn't clear that they were very transparent in what their cost recovery methods were with ratepayers. So they communicated it that they would pay 100% of the cost versus Con Ed having to pay for ratepayers. And we all know that's not really the fact. So my question is, what is NYSERDA doing to make sure that developers are held to the same standards as we are so that ratepayers know what they're really paying for and that level of information asymmetry is not really put on, especially in the urban communities, because they're walking across the street to Ravenswood houses and saying, hey, we're going to give you free energy, and we know that's not happening. So, thank you.
Okay, and I think with those answers, we'll, once the answers come,
Sure.
we'll have our break, but that'll be the last question.
Sure. So on your question
Well,
associated with vessels, you're absolutely right. Vessels are a major bottleneck for offshore wind development in the United States, and it has been identified as such, and I think, to be frank, is still a work in progress from the federal agencies. I will say that there are programs like the Department of Transportation has a federal ship financing program. I want to make sure I'm not entirely confident in the name of that program, but I think that's right, where they have identified offshore wind related installation vessels as vessels of national interest, therefore they're applicable to this program. So that can help finance some of the development of some of these vessels, but it's still a work in progress.
Yeah, just on this one, I confirm, and we have a lot of discussion with other ports, with vessel industry, etc., to see and to figure out what ships will be available when, because there's also, when you're looking at the timeline at the moment, we'll have a lot of wind farms that are going to get constructed at the same time. So even if we have ships, we need them to be available at that moment of construction, because some of them are going to be at the same moment. So on the other topic, what I can tell you is that through the solicitation process, and through the competition, we are making sure that we pay attention to how the developers are equally being treated, and to make sure that ratepayers are taken very well into consideration. And you know, this is a very important topic that we have, and we're working through scoring committee, evaluation process, et cetera, et cetera. And so the ranking and everything that we are doing through the evaluation of the proposals in the solicitation process is made to make sure that everyone is equally treated, I would say. So it's really through the competition process that we are dealing with that.
Okay, so thank you for our first two speakers. And now first to our Zoom followers, we are going to be taking a break, so we invite you to come back at 10:30, and for those who are here, we have coffee and muffins upstairs in the second floor lounge. There's an elevator over there, take it to the second floor. If you want to do the steps, both Alex and Riff will show you how to get upstairs because the entrance is hidden. So I invite you to go upstairs and enjoy some coffee and desserts, and we'll see you back here at 10:30 for our first panel that's going to be on getting the wind energy onshore that's being produced offshore. Okay. think we'll get started. For the panelists, the way you get on the stage is you enter the door to my left. If you have any theater people here, I always forget which is stage right and stage left. Which is to my left? Okay, that's easy then. You enter through stage left and find your way out here. We will have our panel this morning. Our first one. Did everyone see the screen? We have a nice lunch provided by Con Ed today, and it's arrived. They put it in the wrong room. Fortunately, I caught them and have it. We'll be right outside in the lobby. So if the panelists would please make their way up here. Sam, if you... Okay. Jahari, did you say? That was a good idea. And our guys took care of it. Riff, made that happen. Okay, take a seat. So we'll just wait 1 second for... So, as we continue and welcome back people on Zoom, and I hope everybody's had a little refreshments upstairs, and we're ready to proceed with our panel. Our panel will be moderated by one of our very capable project coordinators. In this case, it is Alex Diaz-Casos, who has been working with us here at BWRC all year. He's the co-author with Nathan Kensinger of the white paper that some of you will get a chance to look at when you click on the QR code. He's an architectural engineer from Lima, Peru, where he worked as a construction project manager for several years, culminating in the founding of his former company, Derovax, where he designed green condominiums and restoration projects with local communities in Cusco, Peru. He then moved to Barcelona, Spain, to study for a master's in the management of real estate development with strong sustainability focus, leading him to delve deeper into the field by pursuing another master's degree in science in urban sustainability, this time from the City College of New York. So he's now a CUNY graduate student looking for his second master's. He worked on various public-private consulting projects worldwide, and he just released his latest one in New York City regarding Local Law 97 and the balance of climate policies with housing policies for sustainable urban revitalization. As I'm reading this, I'm thinking, would Local Law 97 be a good topic for next year's conference? Well, we will talk about that at a later date. And so now let me introduce our moderator for this panel, Alex Diaz-Casos.
Hello, everyone. So the next panel, we're going to have the EDC, we're going to have Equinor, Con Ed, so it's going to be an interesting technical and technological infrastructure conversation. But it's Friday, so we're going to keep it easy. So first we have, in the panel, we have Sam. Sam Jung is the Vice President of Renewable Energy Industry Development at New York City Economic Development Corporation. He is responsible for developing and advancing equitable innovation, supply chain, and workforce development initiatives to accelerate the growth of offshore wind, energy storage, electric vehicle, and solar industries in New York City. Prior to this role, Jung worked at the New York City Mayor's Office, where he led the inclusive economic development and business innovation portfolio of the Deputy Mayor of strategic policy initiatives to enable community wealth generation at scale. Jung is passionate about addressing climate change through developing non-extractive economic development strategies. He holds a master's degree in city planning from MIT and a bachelor's degree in international studies and ethnic studies from the University of California, San Diego. Then we have Bobby, who has been in one of our panels before, on the intersection of innovative hubs and climate justice hubs. Bobby Kennedy is a project manager for Con Edison of New York, where he's responsible for overseeing $1.2 billion in clean energy infrastructure portfolio. His primary focus is on advancing the company's commitment to constructing a resilient grid that will deliver 100% clean energy by 2040. Notable among the clean energy projects in his portfolio is the Brooklyn Clean Energy Hub, an $810 million electric substation in Vinegar Hill, Brooklyn. This hub will be able to accommodate up to 1.5 megawatts of offshore wind generation, sufficient to power approximately 750,000 homes. It's a lot. It will also address a reliability need in the Brownsville area of Brooklyn. Moreover, the Brooklyn Clean Energy Hub is anticipated to generate over 500 skilled union jobs in Brooklyn. Kennedy also leads a $36 million clean energy interconnection project in Long Island City, designated to accommodate 1,250 megawatts of clean hydroelectric energy for Quebec, Canada, enough to power approximately 625,000 homes. In 2023, he and his team successfully completed the firm's $275 million Queens Reliably Clean City project. It's an interesting name. A 300 megawatt clean energy power line from upstate New York, replacing a fossil fuel generation station in Astoria, Queens. In 2023, he was recognized by the City and State New York magazine as one of the top 50 above and beyond innovators in the state for his commitment to clean energy. Kennedy holds a bachelor's degree in organizational management from Manhattan College and is an MBA candidate at NYU, Leonard N. Stern School of Business. Beyond his professional and personal pursuits, Kennedy is an advocate for criminal justice reform and actively supports the Innocence Project, a nonprofit legal clinic dedicated to exonerate wrongfully convicted individuals through DNA testing. Additionally, he champions the Greenberger Center for Social and Criminal Justice Reform, a nonprofit organization advocating for laws that protect society without penalizing poverty, mental illness, or underlying substance abuse. And finally, we will have our third panelist, Brian Turner. Brian has spent over 20 years as an engineering and project management leader in various industries. He has degrees in geology and environmental engineering, as well as holding licenses as a professional geologist and professional civil engineer. He's passionate about delivering large-scale technical development projects. Turner was born and raised in New York and lived the majority of his life in New York City metro area. For the past 2.5 years, Turner has been working for Equinor on renewable offshore wind projects as an engineer in the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. So we will start with some. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. As Richard had mentioned earlier, we are moving down in scale as a focus, so I'm here to complement the federal and state overview of offshore wind to give the municipal perspective on what we value about the inclusive industry development of offshore wind and what we're doing to that end. For those of you who don't know, the New York City Economic Development Corporation is a quasi-public entity that is responsible for the economic development agenda of Mayor Adams, and we work across all 5 boroughs. We have 4 distinct remits. The first is to manage property on behalf of the city. We own and or manage 64 million square feet of real estate on behalf of the city, and we leverage that in part to instill business confidence, particularly within the post-COVID-19 era. We also have a focus on growing innovation-based sectors that are poised for growth and are also positioned to generate meaningful economic opportunities for New Yorkers. And we also create wholesale new neighborhoods like Willets Point in Queens. And finally, we have a $9 billion capital budget to deliver and create sustainable infrastructure across the city. Under our current president, Andrew Kimball, we're really trying to work at the intersection of those first 2 remits that I mentioned to leverage our public assets for inclusive industry growth, which is a main focus point of our offshore wind portfolio, particularly with SPMT, which I'll get into in a little bit, and which Brian will elaborate on later on. For our economic development work, I mentioned that we have assets at our disposal as a tool to really enable our goals. But I also wanted to mention that we have a robust set of what we call initiatives, which is essentially programs to advance workforce and business development and innovation strategies, particularly for industry growth, that are really part and parcel of our broader capital investments, so that we both are addressing the real estate needs and also the talent, supply chain, and innovation needs that industries that we hope to grow really need. And to take a step back, for those of you who are less familiar with offshore wind, the different scales of government have a key role to play in advancing market opportunities for the offshore wind industry more broadly. What is listed here is a broad synthesis and does not encapsulate all of the varied and unique aspects of the remits of each of these scales of government, but broadly, the federal government in the offshore wind industry is responsible for siting and leasing wind lease areas in the ocean, which will be the sites in which the offshore wind farms will be constructed. The state, in particular NYSERDA, acts as the institutional purchaser of offshore wind electricity and creates the market for the industry to actually participate in. And this institutional commitment to purchase offshore wind electricity enables offshore wind developers to fill their capital stack and thus create the offshore wind farms to enable our state and federal climate goals. When we move down to the municipality, we are really well positioned to assist with providing the real estate and the talent and the supply chain and also the innovation services, programs, and transactions that our private counterparts need in order to make the offshore wind developments a reality. So, EDC in 2021 released a 15-year offshore wind vision plan, which had a concomitant investment of $191 million to help the offshore wind industry here locally and regionally develop in an inclusive and equitable manner. There's 3 prongs of that strategy. The first includes helping industry build out best-in-class waterfront assets to enable the construction of offshore wind farms, which includes the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. Our second strategy is to develop talent and workforce and also the local supply chain to enable New Yorkers to capture jobs and also to enter into supply chains within the emerging offshore wind industry. The third is to cultivate the capabilities of New York City to lead in the development of new technologies and approaches that will help to lower the levelized costs of offshore wind electricity in particular, so that we can continue to lead on the innovation front in the nation and also across the world. We, like I mentioned before, have a nearly $200 million investment to realize all of those strategies. Broadly, the bulk of our investments will be going towards our infrastructure to support our ports in particular, to be able to enable the staging and marshaling, the O&M, and also the offshore installation of these offshore wind farms. But we've also invested resources into innovation. And so, like I mentioned before, we're providing resources to support various innovation capital interventions and also supporting our programmatic work that Tona in the next session will actually talk more about in greater detail. And then lastly, we've invested about $10.5 million into our CUNY system here to make sure that they have the necessary offshore wind and green economy workforce facilities and programs to cultivate the talent that we know that offshore wind will need. We're proud to say that we've been very intentional about partnering with environmental justice communities and leaders. And Elizabeth Ian Pierre, Executive Director of Uprose, who will be the keynote speaker later on today for this conference, is actually the co-chair of our Offshore Wind Advisory Council. And she, alongside our industry representative, Casey Saul of VHB, have really been integral to leading this Offshore Wind Advisory Council that's also made up of labor, nonprofit leaders, workforce organizations, business development entities, MWBEs, and other types of stakeholders to provide us as a city with inputs about how to strategically move forward to advance our offshore wind vision plan. I want to focus our conversation today on South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, just given that it's our premier investment that is really enabling our local offshore wind industry. As you all might know, SBMT is in South Brooklyn. It's just south of Industry City. It's about 66 acres, and it's an asset that is owned by the city, particularly, more specifically, I should say, it's owned by SBS, and EDC has a master contract through 2054 to manage that asset on behalf of the city. The lease holder with us is an entity called the Sustainable South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, which is a primary leaseholder who has subsequently signed a sublease with Equinor, who is developing SBMT further for the purposes of creating staging and marshaling space, O&M facilities, and an onshore substation, which Brian will talk about a little bit later. In general, we are utilizing SBMT as for offshore wind uses through 2054, the duration of our master lease. And we're excited to have really great partnership with Equinor to ensure that community benefits are flowing particularly to Sunset Park and South Brooklyn residents, but also benefiting New Yorkers across all 5 boroughs. And some of those benefits look like, one, making sure that the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal is a low emissions facility, just knowing that it's situated in an environmental justice neighborhood, which has borne in particular the brunt of the environmental burdens from some fossil fuel powered peaker plants that are directly in South Brooklyn and in Sunset Park in particular. Equinor has done a fantastic job of standing up and awarding $5 million to local organizations to support workforce and business development opportunities to really enable access to jobs and contracts within the offshore wind industry. Those awards went to 8 organizations that were announced last year in October. There is a 30% goal that the contractors that will be building out SBMT have for utilizing MWBEs. And lastly, Equinor is going to open a learning center in Industry City, which is adjacent to the SBMT site, to support further career awareness amongst New Yorkers, to enable them to figure out what jobs are available to them in the offshore wind industry. And it'll also be a physical center in which New Yorkers can learn more about how offshore wind farms function more generally. And with that, I'll conclude the presentation and hand it back to Alex.
Thank you, Sam. Definitely the portfolio, the level of assets that the EC has, and be able to collaborate, with offshore projects and sustainable projects is amazing. And I'm sure the portfolio also contains a larger amount of other projects that might be incorporated in this whole transition. So for our next speaker, we have Bobby from the Con-Ed. And yeah, welcome to the stage.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I didn't bring any slides, so I figure we'll just talk. So Con-Ed has a commitment to delivering a 100% carbon neutral grid by 2040. And that obviously aligns with what New York State has placed into law in 2019, which is the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, also known as the CLCPA. In addition to that, we have in New York State some very aggressive and very impactful for our communities emission standards that apply to generation assets that are not owned by Con-Ed, some are owned by Con-Ed, that regulates the amount of nitric oxide that could be emitted into the air. Most of these generators, as you know, similar to the one here in Brooklyn that used to operate in Vinegar Hill, Brooklyn Navy Yard, were placed near public housing. So one of our initiatives is to support the state's goal and our goal of clean energy, but also support the new nitric oxide emission standards, which started taking place and going into effect as early as May of 2023. So we were able to retire a 400 megawatt peaker plant in Astoria near Vernon Boulevard, which was owned by NRG. And the significance of this is Vernon Boulevard, that area of Long Island City that heads into Astoria, if you look across the river to the Bronx, to Hunts Point, that area was known and still is known as Asthma Alley. And I remember reading a story in the Times that the highest rate of asthma in the United States are on Vernon Boulevard and in that area of the Bronx, Hunts Point, Hell's Gate, which is known as Asthma Alley. So the projects that we are actually engaging in, Brooklyn Clean Energy Hub, which is one, but we have about $4 billion of investment between Brooklyn and Queens just to install new infrastructure to bring in clean energy and deliver clean energy not only from offshore wind, but from upstate New York and from hydroelectric plants in Canada. On the hottest day in New York City, on record, all of us have consumed 13,300 megawatts. Put that in perspective, 1,000 megawatts is about 750,000 homes. So let's say 1 million homes. So 13 million homes were powered on that day. as you saw with the presentations earlier, the goals were to bring in from offshore wind somewhere between 7,000 and 9,000 megawatts of power. So basically, as a state, we're transitioning from most of that energy being from fossil fuels. Obviously, a good portion of it is from hydroelectric from Canada, but that fossil fuel portion of it, the goal is to transition from fossil fuels to clean energy, whether it's wind or solar. My role and the role that a good group of us at Con Ed plays is we're completely focused on just these green initiatives. So to connect the dots with what these other firms and organizations are doing is that when the offshore wind is being developed in the Outer Continental Shelf, the New York Bight, Long Island Sound, we're providing interconnection points. So those are big technical words. I like to keep it simple. These are giant breaker boxes. So if you're in your house and you know there's those breaker boxes on the wall, that's what these interconnection points are. And when we talk about cables coming from offshore wind, these are giant extension cords. And basically, from just the everyday point of view person talking, which I like to talk in terms where my mother can understand when I talk to her on the phone, is that we're building those interconnection points at a rapid pace, but also, obviously, to connect the offshore wind, but also the green energy transition to Con Edison is not just about transitioning from energy, it's about the way we do business. So how we impact our communities, jobs we create, impacting green forces. Being here today, why I'm here is because I met Dr. Hanley early on in the process. And what I'm doing here and other folks from Con Ed is building on a partnership that started last year and is going to continue up until and beyond 2028 when the hub is in service and bringing in offshore wind. Developers have their choice pretty much in where they connect. And as most of you heard from the previous panel, the solicitation to where it connects is also a question. But we have developers right now, particularly developer that is committed to the hub. And that is a really great thing for Brooklyn because obviously it brings more jobs to Brooklyn. And we're also issued about $4 million in grant money to green workforces and expanding our supply chain. So when we issue requests for proposals from vendors to work at the hub, we're looking at MWBEs, local vendors, everything to keep the dollars, that $810 million, that big number in there, staying in Brooklyn and in New York City. In energy in the past, most of those dollars flow out because it's always been a specialized and centralized industry. But Con Ed, we're committed to not only transitioning from fossil fuels to clean energy, but also creating green jobs, supporting the state's goals to get rid of those peaker plants, and building relationships in the communities. So that's really what I had to say about the hub. Did anybody have any specific questions? I'd love to answer any. All right. That's all I have, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. I think one question or clarification that I think for everyone is helpful is to, and I don't know if you could say just a little bit on this, Con Edison is distribution. It's not power, it's not like, not everything that has to be related to electricity is Con Edison. And I don't know if you can.
Yeah, Alex and I just had this conversation having coffee. So Con Edison is actually a investor-owned utility, and we are regulated. and how the energy market works, not only in New York, but I believe there's about 7 or 8 other energy markets around the nation. In New York City, Westchester and Dutchess County, and also in Orange and Rockland, our role is to distribute power. Because our role is to distribute power, when the industry was deregulated, we had to sell off our generation assets. So the partners in our energy transition who generate the power, those developers, are non-Con Ed because that's a competitive market. A lot of the developers that are also building interconnection points also compete on that level, and that is one of the reasons why I had that question earlier with the earlier panel is, what is the government and the state doing to make sure that there's the level of information asymmetry is controlled and that ratepayers know exactly what they're paying for and who they're paying, and not that just because you get a Con Ed bill, you think it's all Con Ed.
Thank you very much. Now we've been through kind of like the different states and assets that the EDC has gone through the transmission, and now we're getting closer to the water finally, and we're going to have Brian Turner, an engineer from South Brooklyn Marine Terminal from Equinor, having a few words.
Thank you, Alex. I want to say thank you first to this organization, Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center, for hosting this conference and inviting us. It's an honor to be able to invite and speak on this panel following the Department of Energy, NYSERDA, and being on the panel with Sam and Bobby to talk about offshore wind and our role that we are playing here in Brooklyn. So to start, I wanted to introduce Equinor, our company that I work for and that is working at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. We are a company with about 50 years of, a broad energy company with 50 years of experience of developing offshore energy projects with about 10 years of experience in offshore wind. We, with a headquarters based in Norway. We are developing the Empire Wind 1 project. Is located off the coast of New York. This project started in 2016 when we acquired the lease from BOEM, and we started doing all the environmental surveys, all the permitting necessary to bring the project to life. It is going to deliver 810 megawatts of power, specifically Empire Wind 1. I won't focus on Empire Wind 2 in the gray area at this time because Empire Wind 1 is bringing the cables into Brooklyn, into Sunset Park. At a high level on how offshore wind occurs, Empire Wind 1 will have 54 turbines in the lease area. There will be an offshore substation, and then the cables will come into the harbor and into South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. Today I'm going to show you some pictures of several parts of how South Brooklyn Marine Terminal will be used. It will be from a staging port, which you've heard about. It will be an operations and maintenance base, as well as the Empire Wind 1 electrical substation. So up on the screen is the substation and operations and maintenance. So after the staging port is used to bring parts from all over the world, they're staged at the port, they're put on barge, and they are sent out to the lease area to build the turbines. We will be operating the wind farm from the operations and maintenance building. We will have a control room that can operate the wind farm as well as the electrical substation. The substation will convert the power before the cable connects into Con Ed's Gowanus substation just a couple blocks away. This will be manned 24/7, and we'll be bringing that renewable energy into Brooklyn. This is what the port will look like prior to staging the turbine parts. As you can see on the left side, it will be virtually no structures because these turbine parts are quite large. The operations and maintenance building and the substation are in the bottom on the property. As mentioned by Sam, we have a lease for this property for the staging area, and then we have a much longer lease for the O&M building and the substation that will be operating here in Brooklyn. What I wanted to do was share with you, because the scale of these parts, why do we need such a large area, and why are we improving South Brooklyn Marine Terminal? South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, as outlined nicely in Alex's and Nathan's white paper, was a port built in the 1960s and used as a container port until about the mid-80s when it started to fall into disrepair. To lift and hold these wind turbine parts, you need a port that can hold about 6 times the weight of a typical container port. So we have to improve South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, one, because it's fallen into disrepair, and two, to be able to hold the heavier weights that we expect to have for these turbine parts. So the next few slides will give you an idea of the foundations and the turbine size parts. For the Empire Wind 1 project, Vestas is the turbine manufacturer that we'll be using. This is a 15 megawatt turbine. This part is called the nacelle. It is where the power generation occurs. This part on the end where the blades attach is called the hub. These are their blades that attach to the turbine. Each blade is approximately 107 meters or 320 feet long, slightly longer than a football field. Each turbine has to have 3 blades that are paired and weighted to each other, as you can imagine, as they're spinning. The nacelle and the blades will be sitting on top of, first is the foundation. We heard from Helena and Pauline earlier today about the different technologies. Empire Wind 1's turbines are going to be what's called a monopile or fixed bottom. These are the foundations that go into the seabed to support the turbine. On top of that are the towers that will then go from the water surface up to the top that supports the nacelle. The towers, the nacelles, and the blades will be staged at the port. Those parts will be brought in, offloaded, and then they will go onto the barges to build the turbines in the lease area. And then this is, as you've seen in this rendering in several of the presentations, what the port will look like when it is staging those parts. We expect that the first turbine parts will arrive at South Brooklyn in mid-2026, with first power at the end of 2026 from Empire Wind 1 into Gowanus. I put this slide up. This is from BOEM's website. We've seen it in the other presentations. After Equinor has finished building their offshore wind farms, the staging port goes back to our landlord, who will lease it out to other developers to use as staging port excuse me, for their wind farms. And I put this up to show the lease areas off of New York. It is exciting to see that these projects will utilize the Brooklyn Waterfront and bring renewable power to the East Coast. I wanted to also just highlight, we've talked about the environment and we've talked about the staging port. This is the operations and maintenance base at SBMT that Equinor will use. We will have a service operation vehicle, which is this big, large red boat. It is a hybrid boat. It's the first of its kind, being built in Louisiana as we speak. It will operate under hybrid power as it comes into port, and it will be offshore for several weeks at a time. As I mentioned earlier, the control room will be a very advanced, can control several wind farms at the same time. With that, Sam has highlighted, and I know later today we're going to hear from Tone on the Innovation Hub. Equinor is excited to be part of several initiatives that you've heard about, from the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub, the Offshore Wind Ecosystem Fund, the Learning Center, which is going to be built in Industry City, is going to be fantastic, and that will be coming later this calendar year, as well as once the port is being used for staging parts, we're looking to have public tours so that the public can access and see the turbine parts up close. And with that, that's my presentation on how Equinor is redeveloping SBMT, bringing that power to Brooklyn. And we have other ways of finding more information. Also, I'm joined today by my colleagues, Trevor and Grace, who are here if there's any other questions after the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. I think since we have a little bit of time before we start with the questions, I will just encourage like a conversation between you guys. So first, we have, or I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to understand how this works as a flow chart, if you might say, because there's a lot of collaboration between the three of you and of course other organizations as well. Like, let's say, Sam, you would start with the, providing the asset. Then what happens? At what point it becomes your responsibility? At what point it connects to Bobby? At one point, I don't know if you guys could speak a little bit on that.
I can use this. There's not quite a simple answer, so I'll try to simplify what is a complex process. Yeah. So the process actually begins with the federal government, BOEM, by establishing the areas in the ocean where developers can basically purchase the right to develop an offshore wind farm. It then comes down to the states to run solicitation processes that are competitive in nature, to solicit for different capacities that will be generated by the offshore wind farms in the federally designated and auctioned off wind lease areas. Each state has their own procurement process. In NYSERDA, to simplify, it's more complex than this, but historically, the bids that the offshore wind developers have to submit, which Brian can talk to in more detail, generally have to outline what the design of their offshore wind farm will be, what proposed interconnection points, these like breaker boxes that Bobby mentioned, are expected or prospectively going to be sited, in addition to where they anticipate or would like to establish port facilities. And those kind of details, in addition to what we call local content requirements, which encapsulate what economic benefits and impacts these offshore wind developers and farms are going to have in the respective area and across the state, are taken into consideration as the evaluation process that is run by NYSERDA is run. NYSERDA has a broad evaluation criteria. They assess each bid 70% on price to protect ratepayer interest, 20% on the economic impacts that offshore wind bid will project to have, and then 10% on feasibility. And so when it comes to award, once that project is awarded, a power purchase agreement has to be negotiated and then signed between NYSERDA and the offshore wind developer. And it's kind of in that parallel process, after everything is kind of being discussed and they have a clear idea of where projects are going to be sited, particularly portside facilities, is when developer interactions with the city would come into play. So for example, and BP put out the solicitation for SBMT in 2016, which was in parallel to the NYSERDA run procurement process at the time. And so there was a bid into SBMT, and then eventually that was codified into a sublease agreement with Equinor and SSBMT after the conclusion of the PPA, or shortly before. And so it's at that point in which all of these other processes around port redevelopment and asset development come into play. And I'm sure Bobby can talk about the interconnection process and how it relates, but that's generally like the overview.
Okay, I'll add a little bit. When a developer wins an offshore lease, as Sam has mentioned, there are several key things. The lease area doesn't mean you can build. You need to study that if you can build it. The environmental studies that occur, and as I mentioned, it's been about a 7-year process of studies and getting the construction and operation plan, or COP, approved, to get the environmental impact statement reviewed and approved. Even when those are approved, and we saw that in the slides earlier today about how many are in planning and how many are in that process, you still cannot build until you have the point of interconnection, which is in the case of Empire Wind 1 with Con Ed at Guana Substation. But you also still need, as Sam mentioned, the staging port, where your parts are going to be marshaled. You need to figure out how you're going to maintain your wind farm, that O&M base, and you need that land to build your substation to convert the power before the interconnect. So all these pieces must line up in this multi-year process, multi-year negotiation. It is very complex, and as we've seen in the news, you need that state, NYSERDA, to purchase the power, or other states, and any part has to all fall in line for a successful project. Bobby?
So first thing, Sam and Brian pretty much broke it down exactly where it is. Where Con Ed comes into this process is when Brian, after they complete their, let's say they're granted the right to develop their wind farm, and they're ready now to interconnect. There's a market operator in New York State known as the New York Independent System Operator. In short, they call them the NYSO. In Con Ed, we sit on the regulated side of the market, so we can't compete in anything with generation. But because we are regulated and because we service this region, or this zone, which I think is Zone J, we receive what's called a request to do a facility study based on where the developer would like to interconnect. So in Brian's case, we would receive a request that Equinor would like to interconnect into our Guana substation, and then we do facility studies. So we have engineering teams that evaluate the amount of power they're going to inject into the substation and the impact on the existing infrastructure. Some of this infrastructure is quite old. It could be 60, 80 years old, even maybe older than that. The firm is 200 years old. And based on those load flow studies, we're able to determine what it would cost to upgrade the facility to be able to accept the injection of that additional power. This is all through a process called this Article 7 process. And there's typically 2 facility studies. When we provide back that information, the developer at that point has an opportunity to look at their options of where they would like to interconnect. It's one of the reasons why we're building the hub, because those costs that process can be a very long-term process and could be costly. And what the hub does, we call it, the original plan was for a made-ready project, where cost to developers and also the time to connect to the grid would be shorter. Once that process is complete, at least on the Con Ed side, the developer obviously has to go through the environmental studies. As Brian says, they also have to determine their route to where they're going to connect, where they're going to place their converter station, In the case of what Equinor is doing, they have that already laid out in South Brooklyn Terminal, but not every developer has access to 3 to 5 acres of land in New York City. And those are some of the challenges. And then how to get the cable up the river if you're coming in through under the Verrazano or through Long Island. So Con Ed's part is once it's connected, once that agreement is signed, then we do an interconnection agreement with the developer. We agree on those cost allocations on the schedule, and we develop that portion of the project so the developer that supports developer's schedule to add that green energy to the grid.
Thank you. As a follow-up question for debate, you know, right now we're operating into a certain type of windmill, basically. But there is the upcoming floating offshore wind device. They're usually, and I'll like if you guys can explain this, but like they're usually set out like further in the ocean. You can harvest more wind. It's also more difficult to build just because of, you know, the wind environments over there and, you know, water. But would that change any of the model? Is it already being accounted? And how is which I guess this is not as connected, but how does the Public Service Commission plays a role into, you know, kind of regulating all the businesses, yeah?
Switching from a fixed bottom turbine to a floating is quite complex because first of all, it's bigger isn't always better. It's almost like an arms race with the manufacturers of the turbines. They can only make them so big. There's only so many boats that can lift it. There's only so many ports that can support that weight. At some point, they're going to have to realize they can't keep making the turbines bigger. But for offshore wind, the technology development, you have not only this large turbine floating, you have the cable, you have the substation offshore floating, the developer will need to ensure that these technologies perform in that environment and also is safe to human health and the environment. Equinor is looking at offshore floating wind off the coast of California, and the reason is the waters are too deep for fixed bottom foundations, and there's several technology hurdles to make that occur. The ports need to be slightly different for how you're going to support and build your turbines at shore and drag them out built, and how you maintain them in the future. The rest, in terms of the power, the cable, and the improvements that we've talked about, are virtually the same.
Thank you. And about the Public Service Commission that has been, I'm pretty sure they kind of like capped last project just because, you know, they're trying to look for the ratepayers, and I don't know if you could speak in something like that.
Unfortunately, I can't get too much into that. I'm more the onshore development. You know, in the news, there's a lot about that and the promises. And it's making the project economic sense and being able to deliver it as expected.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll say on the PSC front, PSC is an entity within that is overseen by DPS. And DPS is the regulatory agency that ultimately approves the increase of gigawatts, additional gigawatts above 9 that is currently mandated by the CLCPA to increase or not. And so the connection here between what Pauline had said this morning with their master plan 2.0 is that master plan is trying to basically set the vision and a process by which we can move beyond the 90 gigawatts to expand offshore wind farms into deeper waters in the outer continental shelf, which will implicate floating wind technology. Mm-hmm. And so the most simple answer is that like DPS is technology agnostic. They are there to regulate entities in the interest of ratepayers. And so they are not going to be the entity that determines whether or not floating offshore wind is the technology that will move forward or not. It's mostly about whether or not the increase in goals for offshore wind generally and the methods by which that electricity is competitively procured are set and run in a way that best protects the interests of the ratepayers, if that helps too.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And now we can start with some questions. There we go.
I guess on the structure of on the shelf life of the structure, if you could just add some clarity on that, and also the considerations of natural disasters on the structure and what either mitigations or protocols are in place to address those matters.
So at the port, we have a design life and an expected life. The port is being designed for definitely the next 30 plus years. We're putting in protections for that. For the onshore structures themselves, the substation and the O&M base are going to be built to protect for flood elevation and sea level rise for the expected lifespan of those structures. And so all of those factors have been taken into account into the design.
Hi, Nathan Kensinger. I'm the senior fellow at the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center. I guess I just had a follow-up question for Sam, but also the other panelists. If you could maybe talk a little more about how there's going to be not just the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal and not just the Brooklyn Clean Energy Hub, but we're going to need a whole kind of supply chain network of sites to support this industry. I know the EDC has identified a lot of other sites in Brooklyn potentially that could serve the offshore wind industry. Maybe you could just talk a little about kind of, what else we would need to make this industry move forward, businesses, boats, tugboats, other sites on the waterfront.
Yeah, that's a good question. Going back to our offshore wind vision plan, one of our goals is to support 12 gigawatts worth of offshore wind developments from our assets. And that includes the 810 megawatts that Empire Wind 1 will generate and utilize SVMT to convert electricity into and then eventually interconnect into Gowanus. So we are laser focused on trying to figure out what other assets within the portfolio of city-owned buildings and land can be used for meeting our goals. Generally, what we've done is to try to figure out what are the larger acreages that we have within our portfolio that might be immediately available to offshore wind developers for a myriad of uses, which could include offshore wind manufacturing, staging and assembly, O&M, et cetera. And so surprisingly, on the west shore of Staten Island, we have a municipal site, which is 30 acres, called the Rossville Municipal Site. It is adjacent to a privately owned site that's about 70 acres and managed by North Point Development. And so we put out a competitive procurement last year, and we have since conditionally designated North Point as the developer to try and combine both of those two assets to make upwards of 100 acres available to the industry, particularly to attract a major offshore wind original equipment manufacturer to the city so that we could generate the major parts here in New York City, but also, and meaningfully, create economic impact through the form of these family-sustaining manufacturing jobs. And so we're trying to position that asset in particular in this upcoming bid as a potential site, not only for manufacturing, but other uses. But I think to your point around Brooklyn in particular, in addition to Rossville, we're trying to see what other assets that we can put up, particularly for offshore wind uses. I think we run into challenges there around existing users, lease terms that don't neatly coincide with the current moment that we're in, nor the kind of upcoming solicitations that we expect that NYSERDA will run. But Pier 11 has been a site in which we're interested in seeing if there could be offshore wind uses, particularly for O&M, just given kind of like the existing industrial uses there and its proximity to wind lease farms and SBMT, et cetera. And so more broadly, I will say that we're still in the process of figuring out what of the assets that we manage can be put forth for offshore wind uses through competitive processes, but also trying to figure out with our other agency counterparts who have juris over different assets, whether or not we can collaborate to put a more robust and diverse set of assets forward, which might implicate Brooklyn, but could also be in other areas of New York City.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Maggie Flanagan with our Ports Harbor Operations Committee, and I wanted to ask you all to dig in a little bit more about the plans for cabling, because in particular, Brian, you had mentioned the word cables plural, and that the management room would be able to manage multiple wind farms, but the diagram you showed only one cable coming through the Verrazano Narrows. And if you would explain to folks why that matters, since New York Harbor is already so busy with channels and anchorages and mooring sites, there's not a lot of easy room for cabling, and how your teams will work together to solve that problem to scale up for offshore wind.
Yes, thank you for that question. There are two cables, but at that scale of a photo, they're actually within 30 feet of each other. They're very close together. And with all of the other infrastructure currently in place and in the future, the route has been studied for quite a while to understand how we're crossing. In the harbor, there are assets like DEP has water siphons and other tunnels. A lot of work has been done with the state and the federal agencies, how we're going to safely cross it, protect it, how those other assets will be maintained in the future and to effect, as well as how deep the cable is buried in the harbor so that other boats and anchors don't pull it, damage it, or affect the power supply to New York. From the converter station to Gowanus, again, it will be two cables in the same trench, separated by about 15-20 feet as they go in for the two blocks between SBMT and Gowanus. Again, from the images that we've showed, they're essentially in one route. They're not two completely separate routes.
Thanks. Will that trench be able to add additional cables as additional wind facilities are built out? Like, how will we scale up? Those cables are planned, but how
so the cables will be buried anywhere from 6 to 15 feet below the ground surface. There won't be able to have another cable in the same trench, but they were positioned so that if future cables come in through, and there will be future cables to the other green energy hubs, there are room in the same route, but not in the same trench itself.
To answer your other question, this is a need that the state in particular is really focused on addressing. And they are working with the independent system operator, the NYSO, which is the marketplace for electricity. They are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Committee. And they are running a process called the Public Policy Transmission Need Procurement, which began in April and will close in June, specifically to address the transmission needs that you're talking about. Just given that the existing channels that we have are very populated with different types of cabling infrastructure, and knowing that our current grid actually can't handle the amount of renewable electricity that the 9 gigawatts of offshore wind will generate, in which we anticipate more will be needed to address our climate goals. And so essentially what they're trying to do is run a procurement process to find a developer who can create a transmission solution that could enable multiple offshore wind farms to interconnect into the New York City grid in particular in a way that is low cost, protects ratepayers, is sensitive to the environment, and really is cognizant of the kind of multiple infrastructure elements that are in our waterways. So yeah, I'm happy to share more information about that.
Just toss it.
Thanks. I'd like to get back to some basic stuff. You mentioned winning a lease. Could you talk a little bit more about what factors go into the government determining what areas are leasable? For instance, I understand that the jurisdiction of the U.S. government goes out a certain number of miles. It can't go into international waters, can't lease that. What are the factors that the government looks at in terms of things like fishing, shipping lanes, internet communication cables? How many factors are there that require a standard of this area can be leased and this area can't be leased? And what does it mean to win a lease?
Yeah.
You have to submit, basic foundational how this all starts.
So BOEM, the Bureau of
Yeah.
Ocean Energy Management, is the federal agency tasked for managing the lands of federal in the water. They're the same agency that does the leasing for offshore oil, as such. I'm not an expert in the offshore aspects, but what BOEM does, and they just recently announced more lease areas that will go up for auction in Maine and up in Oregon, is they do several years of studies to look at the shipping lanes, to look at the fishing, to look at what can be developed. Then they go and they announce the sale or public auction for these lease areas, and developers like Equinor can decide to bid on them, and there's a bidding process. The New York Bight, which happened in 2022, there were several rounds, and it went over 2 days of all the developers bidding on about 5-6 different lease areas, and the winning bid, it comes down to in that case, it was the cost. It was basically the highest price. But they're looking at how do they do it, and from the benefits to other aspects beyond price. Because the New York Bight, the highest one, was about a $1.1 billion bid for that lease area. Then the onus goes on to the developer to actually investigate the lease area if it can be built. There are geologic issues, there are fishing issues, there are environmental issues, and so there is a long process of where you can place your turbines, how many turbines can you place based on all those factors. So just by winning a lease area doesn't mean you can use every inch of it. It doesn't mean that you're going to be successful in the end building a wind farm. But it is, again, an ongoing process that BOEM manages, and they have a lot of information on how they site it, and they just, again, announced about 2 months ago, within the last 2 months, the new lease areas.
Do they set a limit, like at an auction for artwork or something like that? How do they establish the value and what a winning bid is? I mean, it seems to be money talks.
I don't know how they limit it. I know they've looked at how to do it. In the New York Bight, the value was based on what the developers were willing to pay in their models of it, because that has to go into the cost of building a wind farm. Then to have, that's part of their operating cost, to be a competitive bid to win the offtake agreement from the state. And if they spent a lot on the lease, they have to be able to develop other areas economically to be able to be competitive for that offtake agreement. It's a very complex decision.
Hi, thank you for this. given that it's the federal government that is in charge of leasing the ocean, if the administration changes in this November, is there a risk that Donald Trump, for example, makes it harder to for you to build this wind farm and other wind farms? And what's the New York City's plan for if that could happen? And for anyone, either of you who might be able to.
I think that's more political, kind of like the previous panel said. So from Con Ed's standpoint, we couldn't comment on anything political.
Yeah, I can't comment on what a new administration would do or not. We obviously, I think offshore wind, as we've shown in these panels and EDC and even NYSERDA, these projects bring benefits to the economy, bring jobs, and I would hope that that would continue.
Yeah, I unfortunately can't comment on that as well.
But like, if we skip the political part, is the city prepared for like getting alternative sources of energy?
Well, when you say the city, just keep in mind, offshore wind is not the only source of power right now. So there is renewables upstate New York. If you drive upstate to go up to Buffalo, you'll see wind farms and solar arrays. But New York historically has received a lot of power from Canada. They have an abundance of hydro energy. And there's actually a project right now, which is one of the governor's key projects, which is called the Champlain Hudson Express. It's a 365-mile cable that runs from a hydroelectric plant in Quebec, Canada, into New York Power Authority substation in Astoria, Queens, and then connects to a Con Ed substation. And that's bringing, I believe, if I remember, it's 1,250 megawatts of power. So when Sam says they're supporting 12 gigs, that's 1.2 gigs. Then there's some of the same developers that are doing offshore wind are doing land-based energy. So one of the winning developers for one of the parcels of seabed in the New York Bight was a group that consisted of Energy RE, which is basically a spinoff from Related Real Estate Development Corp, and a group called Invenergy. And they have a cable and plan called Clean Path New York, which you can look up, where they're developing a number of solar and wind resources in New York State, and they plan to connect into New York City through a similar process. It's just the power's coming from onshore wind and solar. But it's a very good question. In addition to just the existing grid, there's obviously Con Ed has a lot of energy conservation programs as well. So to help our customers learn ways to reduce energy. And then from an innovation standpoint, I mentioned earlier about what peaker plants are. There's an innovation going around in the industry which is called virtual power plants. And that kind of works with EV cars and people having their own solar power plants where utilities can tap into that power when needed. So we don't have to rely on the grid the way we did in the past. So the grid in the past was a very centralized grid, and that's the way we learned and grew up with. The grid of the future is going to be a lot different. It's not just going to be onshore wind. It's going to be microgrids. New York City has one of the largest microgrids in the country in Hudson Yards. California has put legislation in law to promote microgrids to reduce the need for transmission cables, as you've seen in Northern California with utility bear a lot of the blame for all the fires. So there's a lot of innovation out there. A very good question, and we'll see how things go.
I'll just put a finer point on that from the city perspective. We're laser focused on meeting our climate goals, and we know that we have to have a diversified portfolio of renewable energy generation sources to meet those goals. And so like Chippy and all of these transmission projects are part of that portfolio, which includes offshore wind, but is not exclusive to it. And we're appreciative of our partnership with the state in particular, given that they've also created a whole new tier of procurement processes and resources called Tier 4 that are exclusively for projects that will bring a diversified source of renewable energy, electricity into the city so that we can better enable our climate goals as well.
Okay, so I have another question here, but in response to your question, quite a few of the speakers today, for one reason or another, whether it's the federal Hyde Act or it's, local political decisions, can't speak to your question. However, you are an academic institution, a university, and science exists in the university. So what happens is we know that through science that some of the climate change is not a hoax. And what we have, though, is that even if your worst fears come true, it is quite possible that what you see here is innovation. There are very, very smart people involved in these efforts, and so there will be changes, unfortunately, not as fast and not as promising as these, but there will be ways for very smart people to find ways to do what has to be done. However, it might just take longer and be more cumbersome. So you guys didn't have to say anything. Here you go.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. Good to see SBMT here today represented. You guys are doing a great job over there with Equinor. Bobby, thank you for explaining the hub. Very well-informed conversation. My question is actually for EDC. Earlier in your presentation, you referenced $152 million allocated towards manufacturing on city land. Could you expand on what that program is and how supply chain operators can learn more or get tapped into that?
Yeah, so that 152 is our current allocation for all of our capital projects, which includes SBMT. Like I mentioned earlier, Rossville is the municipal site in which we're trying to attract a major offshore wind OEM entity. So our hope is that private industry will propose that municipal site as a potential area in which they might partner with other entities to bring manufacturing there, or to site other offshore wind related uses like operations and maintenance, or staging and marshalling, for example. So a big chunk of that investment will depend on the outcomes of different NYSERDA to run solicitations. What we're trying to do now is to identify and make available and position our city-owned assets within our purview to support a myriad of offshore wind uses, but particularly manufacturing, just given that we know that those are jobs that everyday New Yorkers can access and will help sustain families into the future. On the business and supply chain development side, my team has been running an initiative called Resource NYC. We understand that there will be manufacturing opportunities that our local supply chain entities will need to participate in, not only to kind of create economic impact, but to enable the supply chain for offshore wind components, given that a lot of the smaller parts, particularly secondary steel components, should and can be made in New York City as these offshore wind components are being installed offshore. And so what we tried to do, just given the recognition of the immense market opportunity, is one, to try to talk to local industrial and manufacturing businesses in particular. So last year we ran a 3-month-long campaign under the moniker of Resource NYC. We worked with a consultant firm who hired 4 what we called offshore wind associates, whose everyday job from 9 to 5 was to go out either in person or to call local and industrial manufacturing firms to, 1, let them know about offshore wind, what supply chain opportunities might be coming down the pike, and 3, to administer a survey about that tries to garner information from them about their basic information, for example, like their employee count, but most importantly, their capabilities. And so we wanted to know what they're able to manufacture. They had plans to expand their scope of services and or products to see if there would be alignment with what the offshore wind industry would need. And so we're excited to relay that we reached more than 1,500 businesses. 200 of them actually filled out the survey. And we're now in the process of creating a technical assistance program to help those businesses in particular, but businesses across New York City to get the technical assistance that they need in order to be more competitive when going after these supply chain opportunities. And so what we've heard is that, for example, getting individualized roadmaps to understand where business is best positioned to enter the supply chain is of value. We've heard that coaching businesses on creating a document that clearly outlines their value proposition for the services or commodities that they produce, so that they're well prepared when they talk to a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 entity is of value. We've heard that support with garnering the necessary certifications, for example, ISO 9001, that is an industry standard for manufacturers, is of value. And so we're trying to utilize all of the information that we've gathered from our surveys and from our one-to-one interactions to really inform this phase 2, what we do next to support tactically these businesses across New York City so that they're best positioned to enter into the supply chain. That is not going to end with this one program. We really hope to grow businesses once they do enter that program, so that might be an intervention that we can consider a phase 3 in the future, but we're really focused on creating that program now, which we expect will be, a solicitation will be released for sometime this quarter. I also will note that my colleague Danielle is here, also from EDC, who's on the next panel. And whereas this resource program focuses on industrial and manufacturing businesses, which is focused on that segment of the market in particular, she runs our Waterfront Pathways program, which is really supporting MWPEs and SDVOPs to enter into the offshore wind program as well, so that we're helping to build an inclusive supply chain as this industry grows too.
Okay, thank you very much. Sam, Ryan, Bobby, it's been great, and Richard here for a couple more words.
Thank you, Alex. You did a great job. Thank you. And thank you, panel. I just want to invite everyone outside for a nice lunch generously provided by Con Edison. And we will be out in the lobby and we will hear our keynote speaker, Elizabeth Yampierre, who's going to be talking now. We sort of switch. We've seen on a federal level, a state level, and now a municipal level, how energy would be produced, how it would get on a line where it would be housed or developed in the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. And we will talk about after lunch a just transition to clean energy, and why is that important? And then we'd also talk this afternoon about some business and workforce opportunities that wind power could afford, focusing again on communities in Brooklyn. And so everybody turn off your ears who don't want to hear politics again. I just couldn't help it, but I know that there's November 8th or 9th, there might be, depending upon something that's happening around that time, a big party on the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, or there would be morning bunting out. So, at any rate, we will thank you very much, panels, and I'm sorry to put you in a difficult situation. But thank you very much, and please join us for lunch.
Excuse me, we are doing both Zoom and in person, and so one has to accommodate our attendees on Zoom. If they are still with us, they did not have the benefit of this nice lunch provided by Con Edison, and Jahari Jenkins is here representing that. Would you like to say a couple of words, Jahari? Okay. I caught you with your right. Jahari is enjoying the Con Edison lunch as well as we. Okay. And so we're pleased today to be able to have as our keynote speaker Elizabeth Yampierre, and one as somebody who's worked along the Brooklyn Waterfront for a number of years, one knows Uprose, and we have had through the course of years representatives from Uprose speaking at our various conferences, whether it was on transportation, manufacturing. We even had a breakfast talk on wind power about a year or two ago before it really got big. And again, we had someone speaking from Uprose. This is the story. I also, Elizabeth will correct any particulars I get incorrect, but I, again, watched not especially as closely as I should, but I do know that there was this plot of land or platform in Brooklyn that Industry City wanted to develop as, I read, hotel at one point. I read an office building at another point, and in each, Uprose was rising up and moving against these, and they were successfully putting down the arguments that were being put up for that, such as, don't knock this down, you're going to lose a lot of jobs, because they were low-paying service jobs, but you're going to lose a lot of jobs. And Uprose had a different vision. That vision was around for a long time. They fought it, and now we're on the cusp of that vision being able to be carried forth. And if any of these other developments had happened, there would be no South Brooklyn Marine Terminal that could house those beautiful renderings that we saw this morning that will be reality by 2026, Brian, or so it would not be there. And those are going to accommodate better jobs, more jobs. And it was from the vision of Elizabeth and the people who worked with her who were able to envision something better than what was proposed. And if I'm not mistaken, the person who was doing some of these proposals is now a person who is helping the development or promoting the development, because he's now the president of EDC. So you're working together. Okay, however it happens. So Elizabeth has a long record, and excuse me, I don't want to. It's too long. It's too long. Okay. So here we go. Internationally recognized and Puerto Rican attorney of African and indigenous ancestry, an environmental climate justice leader, who's the executive director of Uprose, Brooklyn's oldest Puerto Rican community-based organization. She's also the co-chair of a national alliance called Climate Justice Alliance and the co-founder of Our Own PR NYC. She has won numerous awards and numerous grants for her organization, and this is all in the program that you can read the rest of it. But now we are going to hear Elizabeth talk about, okay, if clean energy is coming, how can we make sure that that clean energy is going to be just in its transition? And so, Elizabeth, without further ado, may I ask you to speak into that camera?
Oh, I don't want to look at the camera. Can I look at them?
Sure, you can look at them.
Because I can't.
Okay.
I can't vibe with the camera.
All right.
I
We'll
can
get a
only
nice
vibe with them.
profile there.
I gotta
Okay,
look at them. All right. Hey, what's up?
That was nice. You said hello.
So good afternoon. Uprose has been around since March 18, 1966. I am not the founder. It is an intergenerational, multiracial matriarchal, leaderful organization working at the intersection of racial justice and climate change. And in order to talk about clean energy, we need context because you are insular and you're working with each other and you're having conversations about how we move away from an extractive economy to a regenerative one without racial justice and equity at the center. And the reason I know that is that if you are making these decisions, if you are working on making recommendations, if you are developing protocols or interventions that serve our community without us, it is not climate justice. It is not environmental justice. And in the movement, and I am part of the leadership of the climate justice movement, we say that transition is inevitable, but justice is not. We believe that we are fighting the bad, building the good, moving the money, changing the rules. We're doing all those things. And we're doing that because climate change is a creation, or it's part of the legacy of the extraction of our land, our labor, and our lives. Those of us who come from Black and Brown communities are really suffering the brunt of all the climate disasters that you're seeing, whether it's Hurricane Maria, whether it's Hurricane Andrew, Katrina, tornadoes. We are the front line and we are the people being most impacted. This is what's called dig, burn, and dump economy. And it is an extractive economy. And it was created for profit on the backs of Black and Brown people. And what we are seeing today are opportunities that are coming from the work that we have been doing on the ground, first from the environmental justice movement and then the climate justice movement. All of that, whether it's IRA money, whether it's IJA money, all of those resources, the fact that we helped pass the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, when we co-founded New York Renews, which is a coalition of over 300 members across the state. All of that is coming from the people most impacted. And so often in the movement, we say that we are the tree shakers and the privileged are the jelly makers, right? And so if what you do, if in your interest of addressing climate change, you don't address the fact that the system that we have in place contributed to where we are today, if you're not willing to change that, then all you're doing is adding a green patina to a flawed system that was built to do harm. And you're doing it for the sake of capital, for press, for visibility. And many of you are academics. And so you often work in silos. There is the whole political structure of being in the CUNY system. This is really a time for you to partner with frontline leaders and not think of us as people who you ask for information so that you could write your papers or your books, not think of us as those folks that are there as poster children of agendas that were created in spaces that we are not, but think about creating a system of co-governance and partnership, because that is what climate change is demanding of us. It is demanding a different kind of flow, and that is the hardest thing. We're not just dealing with the impacts of climate change, you're also dealing with the threats of all the universities and all the interveners that are accessing funding that we put on the table that should be reparations for our community, of people who don't look like us, who think they know more than us, who think they care more about our communities than we do. We're dealing with a form of modern colonialism, and we will not survive. We will not be able to strengthen social cohesion if we don't change those relationships. And I will tell you that at the end of this, this will be interpreted however you want. There are definitions like what a just transition is, what climate justice is. We have created those frameworks. And often the question is asked, what do you think? How do you define climate justice? Which is the wrong question, because it gives the power to the individual to have sort of the privilege to define what an entire movement from Puerto Rico to Guam in the United States, right, has already defined. So we would urge you to read those frameworks. We have them on the regenerative economy. We have them on a just transition. We have tables that we've created on offshore wind, because it's a new ecosystem. And it's an ecosystem. I was just in New Orleans meeting with folks in New Orleans and the Energy Foundation about how it is showing up in New York and how it is showing up on the West Coast and the Northwest, and how it's different, and how those of us from frontline communities are going to hold that space. Because remember, Who are the folks that are championing offshore wind? We're talking about fossil fuel companies with a history of extraction, with a history of not knowing how to work with communities. And so we are providing and populating that space with information about how to do it differently. So I want to share that because the fight in Sunset Park was not, we're not the no people. We're not the people who say no to this, no to that, no to that. We're the people who say, what about this? This is not, the vision doesn't come from Uprose. The vision for a green reindustrialization in Sunset Park of the largest significant maritime industrial area doesn't come from Uprose. We were asked to staff it for the community. The community since 1998, because I arrived at Uprose in 1996, like I think 2 weeks ago was 28 years. That's why my bio is so long, because the older you are, the longer the bio, the more you have to say. Our community was talking about a green port. And so the grid, the plan that you'll find on our website, which is a plan to decarbonize the entire neighborhood, and which is very precise and very specific and looks at zoning, looks at land use, looks at the possibility of extreme weather events and how that's going to land, and honors 4 things that our communities told us are priorities, which is renewable energy with wealth at its core. So it's not so that, you know, people who have a business on solar show up and install that. We want there to be community ownership and governance, right? And it looks at the industrial waterfront, this sector that has had a long history of doing harm because of all the toxic exposure, all the PM 2.5 and co-pollutants that have harmed people like my family, right? And it flips it so that it becomes an economic vehicle for a just transition. It looks at how do we operationalize that and how do we get the industrial sector to build for climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience? What does that look like? What kind of legislation have we passed so that we can incentivize the businesses on the waterfront to get us ready for a future that is already here? So when we fought against Industry City, we fought a rezoning vision that really would take that sector and turn it into Williamsburg. And we thought that the sector had value and that it had value in terms of the kinds of jobs, good paying jobs, and would prevent the displacement of a working class community that had been there for generations. That's very different than people saying no. It's basically leading with an operational vision. And so that's what we did. We honored 12 years of community-based planning, and we have been working really closely, even with folks like Andrew Kimball, because the truth is that there are parking lots where we want to see in Liberty View, and we want to see in Industry City that have solar canopies where small businesses will be able to access renewable energy. And we're thinking about all those things, right, that I mentioned before: renewable energy, food sovereignty, wellness, and what's the 4th one? Drinkable water. And so those are the things that the community has told us we need to staff them on. And I say that because a lot of community-based organizations sit down and think and develop what they think, what they learned, whether at MIT or wherever. They think that they know what the best solutions are. And the best solutions are coming from the front line, from the people who were born and raised in those communities and are back in those communities to operationalize them. So I want to share that because that is how I want you, in terms of agenda, I want you to think about that. I want you to think about how you move away from competition and move into deep collaboration with frontline leadership and not be uncomfortable. We're going to be having messy conversations, and we're going to be having mess because we inherited mess. That's what we inherited. But there's nothing messier and more disruptive than climate change. So I invite you to be part of that transformation and engage in developing just relationships, because that's the real work. Regardless of what we think about tech or legislation, we will not get there. We will lose if we are not able to address white supremacy and the rise of white supremacy and climate change. We have to do that or we lose, regardless of what your good intentions are. So that for us is the bucket. One of the questions that I was asked was about community benefits during these transitions. So I want to talk about that because most people think about community benefits in terms of, well, I'm going to buy 100 backpacks. I'm going to drop $25,000 in this organization. I'm going to do this. And a lot of mainstream conventional organizations will be okay with that. In the climate justice movement, we're not. We're not talking about community benefits. Community benefits for us are today's version of our ancestors' trinkets, the things that were given to them when land was taken from them and extracted for them for something that had little value or value that would not last. We want investments. We want to see community investments in infrastructure. We want to see community investments in things that are going to make it possible for our people to survive the extreme weather events that are on their way. And so that's what we want. That's a different kind of money. That's a different kind of commitment. And so community benefits are easy, right? Many organizations, many agencies hire community managers, community affairs people to manage us. We are not manageable. We're literally changing the landscape. In Sunset Park, we've doubled the amount of open space, stopped the siting of power plants. We've sent 4 young people to Antarctica, 4 to the North Pole. We have organized 8 climate justice youth summits because before there was a sunrise, there were young people of color leading Black Lives Matter, divestment in South Africa, the civil rights movement, Standing Rock. Our people have been leading all this time. And so we've developed an expertise on everything from land use and planning to the science of climate. And so we are partners in decision-making. And so when you apply for grants, we want you to partner with us, not check the EJ box so that you can get a grant. That's not environmental justice. That's extraction. And so we define extraction broadly and we ground it on our history. So when we think about benefits, we're really thinking about investments, and I want you to wrap your head around that because we need that. We've mapped all of Sunset Park, the backyards, the rooftops, all of the open spaces, every possibility for decarbonizing Sunset. Let's see, the engagement of local communities and discussions and planning. Yeah, what is meaningful community engagement? Meaningful community engagement isn't that you bake the cake and then invite people to eat it. Meaningful community engagement means that you may have an idea, you rally and bring people together, and collectively we decide what it's going to look like. And that's different. That's different if you have been educated to be someone who really thinks you have all the answers. Think about it. I am a lawyer, right? And I'm a lawyer who's born and raised in a frontline community. And if I walk into a room, my community is going to defer to me. They're going to be like, llegó la abogada, and they're going to give me all the love, right? And my responsibility is to be humble and to listen to everything and to be there to facilitate community-driven plans, not to supplant, not to make it about shine or visibility, but to lift, support, and provide technical assistance while they're working 2 or 3 jobs, have 2 or 3 children, or dealing with everything from extreme policing to ICE raids. They now have to deal with climate change. And so our responsibility is to have events in the evening, on weekends, to provide childcare, transportation, translation, food, to make it easy for the community to engage in a way that's meaningful, because the global South has always lived within their carbon footprint and they have solutions. And when we gather them to talk about what do you do if in 3 days you don't have water, food, or electricity, what are the things that we do as a community? They have answers for that because they have lived that life. Their bodies remember. So I want you to think about communities when you're engaging them in the most respectful, honorable way, not in people that are benefiting from your brilliance, but people who are brilliant, and that you are creating a system of power and co-governance that shifts us away from capitalism and patriarchy and centers us in creating the kind of society that we believe is necessary to survive the changes that are here. So I want to share that. The role in Brooklyn in relation to research. Oh, okay. So there are a lot of gaps. What role can you play as academics? We are not prideful. We are happy to work with all of you because there are gaps. We're talking about offshore wind. What does the supply chain look like? What is the kind of training that people should have? What are the kinds of resources that we need so that our community does not get left behind and the people with the most resources and privileges move up and the climate solution becomes an environmental justice problem? Remember, it's not environmental justice if we're bringing in an ecosystem as a result of our history of extraction and because of the environmental burdens that exist in our community. If we are not first in line for the benefits too, it is not environmental justice. So if you're hearing people who are based in Brooklyn talking about reaching out to workers in Queens, in the Bronx, in any other neighborhood, and not making sure that Sunset Park is a priority, that, regardless of what the people look like, is not environmental justice. And we've told our friends in the Bronx, if you have endured a legacy of extraction and environmental abuse, and all of a sudden there are resources coming to your neighborhood, can Sunset Park stand first in line for those jobs? They're like, oh, hell no. So Sunset Park says, oh, hell no, too. It has to be a priority. And so if you are really interested in addressing climate change, then you're going to have to remember how climate change was created. It is, people like to say that it started because of the Industrial Revolution. And we think it started in the slave quarters. It started with colonialism, right? And because it's really convenient to say that it started with the Industrial Revolution, and it certainly exacerbated the extraction that was already happening. But the legacy is long, the impact is hard, and the people that are dying are my people. And so for us, it feels really, really personal. For some people, it is an intellectual exercise, something they decided to study. And for us, it's really trying to come up with the most impactful solutions so that we're addressing root causes and create the society that is going to be centered on strengthening social cohesion so that we could survive everything that's heading our way. So when we think about the regenerative economy, we're not thinking about a capitalist economy that we call a green economy or with a green patina. We're talking about something where we're looking at the process from beginning to end that has zero waste, where the process is not violating the principles where there's contamination along the way. We're thinking about all the different things, and we're coming up with plans that, as I said, are not just aspirational, they're operational. So I invite you into that conversation. We certainly need each other in order to do this. This is an all hands on deck moment. What we refuse to accept is that people from other communities who don't look like us know more than we do. We refuse to accept that. But do we believe that they're necessary? Yeah, we need you to go deep into your heart and find John Brown. We want the John Browns. We want allies, and we want people that are going to be working with us. And not supplanting leadership, not duplicating our efforts, not making our work harder. Let me give you an example, offshore wind. Offshore wind has created a green gold rush, and everybody wants to run to the front. And it's creating all kinds of tables and meetings. I know because I sit at a lot of those tables, but we have limited capacity. So the more we're pulled away because somebody wants to lead on something that there's leadership in already, because that's what capitalism tells you to do, to be competitive, to run, because supposedly we're not running fast enough. When you do that, you deplete our capacity as frontline leaders to address these complex issues. And we're not just working on renewable energy, right? We've got the Peak Coalition, the Last Mile Coalition, all of the threats that exist in our community. We're dealing with the history of environmental burdens, and then also thinking forward about how do we prepare our community for the threats that are coming. So I want to thank you for your attention. You all got really quiet. And I want to thank you for your heart and your open mind. I do hope that you think about what self-transformation looks like, how we build just relationships, and how we are in community together so that we can collectively address one of the biggest threats in our life and do it in a way that really honors the principles of racial justice and equity. So gracias de corazón.
So, thank you very much. Are there questions that anybody that have questions, comments, statements, observations? Okay.
Hi, Elizabeth. I don't know. Hello.
What's your name?
Yeah,
What's your name?
Louis. I used to be with the waterfront. And I know somebody was done, somebody who came in, told you guys what to do. We try to communicate with you and hoping to develop whatever it is that you thought best to develop. So I agree with that part of what you just said, 100%. But let's get specific. In terms of the offshore wind impact, in Brooklyn to the neighborhood. What do you think that direct impact to the neighborhood will be with all that heavy construction, all that material that's going to be around? And what do you think can be done to help the neighborhood survive as well?
So Louis, because you began with the Waterfront Alliance, I just want to remind you that we had an alliance. It was called the Organization of Waterfront Neighborhoods. And then another alliance was created to compete with the work that we were doing that was frontline led. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, the competition and the extraction that happens. But we have an alliance. What we've been working with Equinor, and they have been listening, one of the first things that we asked them, because we are concerned about parts coming from Europe, we think that literally the building should be happening locally, and that in the United States, we should learn how to make it here instead of having these ships coming from Europe to the United States. But it is the beginning, right? It is the beginning of developing this kind of infrastructure in Brooklyn. One of the things that we asked them was that when the ship came into Brooklyn, that it had to be electric, that we didn't want the climate solution to become an environmental justice problem. Many of these ships drop tons of emissions on the host community. So our vision is that this is a process that is going to be carbon neutral. We did this early on with Sims, with Hugo New, when we met with them. They had a plan. We met with them early on. We helped redefine the blueprint. We wanted there to be a community center. We wanted it not to be an eyesore to the community. We wanted to make sure that we were regulating traffic in and out of the neighborhood, but we understood that the infrastructure to deal with recyclables was necessary, that New York City didn't have that. So that framework that we use with the Sims recycling facility, I'm not a singer, I don't know how to do this, and I did karaoke for the first time in my life last week. It was really fun. Is the same thing. That's the conversation that we're having. We're talking about MWBEs, we're talking about the role of the unions, and what does that mean locally? We're talking about skill sets. And we don't want our community to be thought of just in terms of workers. They have to hire vertically and horizontally, right? And there has to be, and then Uprose has launched a Just Transition Worker Resource Center so that we can connect people in our community to the different kinds of jobs that are coming out of the green job sector. So those are some of the things that we're doing. We've had early and often conversations about what it's going to look like here in Brooklyn. And I think those have been really important conversations. There is a difference between an Uprose and a lot of the social service organizations that have wraparound services. They tend to be more top-down. They hire people entry level. Uprose is really different in that sense. We believe in bottom up, and we believe in jobs that people will be able to raise a family with, and that are careers, not just jobs. We don't want to create a new sector of service for the privilege. We want transformation. So those are some of the things that we do.
Any other questions, comments? Ben?
No, nada? For real, for real?
Elizabeth wants something. Who has?
Carter looks like he wants to ask a question. Okay.
So one of the things I'm starting to notice is you're talking about attracting and other communities of arguments. So we're seeing in other communities, of affluent communities, they're starting to use EJ arguments against these projects. I'm just curious your perspective on how the arguments of communities where there has been historical trauma to a community around using, in other ways.
Everyone is using environmental justice. It's kind of like everybody extracted from hip hop, right? Like our stuff is always extracted. The way that we think about environmental justice is that the host community is made up of frontline people, low-income people. For example, I'm blanking out on that community in Brooklyn, Greenpoint. Greenpoint was an EJ community. It is completely gentrified now. We're talking about low-income Polish people who had to deal with a Superfund and that were exposed to the Superfund and who developed cancer and then were pushed out by gentrifiers. So race isn't always the factor. That's why I'm using Greenpoint as an example. Income and race, those things combined make you, especially the history of toxic exposure, that's what makes it an environmental justice community. We're also seeing fossil fuel companies contact folks that are outside of the region to fight and talk about the birds and to talk about the whales, but it's being basically funded by fossil fuel companies that are using these folks to argue that that's an environmental justice fight. We follow the money and we try to figure out who are these folks. Now, remember, we're part of the movement space and we kind of know everyone across the country that is part of an environmental justice organization. It's unfortunate, but it has no legs. It's just people literally extracting the framework so that they can use it for their own benefit. We need to be engaged in fair share. And people want the benefit of fossil fuel extraction without having to take some of the sacrifices that have to be made to live in a community that has infrastructure in it. You know, when you think about the solid waste management plan in New York City, communities like Chelsea, the Upper East Side, did not want to retrofit the marine transfer stations. They produced garbage, tons of it. It ended up in 3 communities of color, right? So all of the pollution came to our communities and none of the responsibilities was shared across the boroughs. You're going to see the same thing in this industry.
Thanks for all the wonderful perspectives. It does also make me wonder, though, if, diversity is something that we would appreciate in all our neighborhoods. How can we reconcile that with the idea of identifying environmental justice or whatever labels communities as Black and brown? And there are many mixed communities, and how we work it all out so that in the end, folks can be appreciated for everything they love about the community.
I don't know if I understand the question. Every borough has an environmental justice, at least one organization. And I think that the role, my organization is entirely diverse. The climate justice movement is diverse. We're talking about indigenous people, people of Black ancestry, people down in the Gulf Sound, in Detroit. Our movement, we've always been inclusive, right? Some of us are multi-generationally mixed people. And so we always have. For folks that don't have that history and are living in New York City, I just don't know what city they're living in. I would offer that if they want to be able to support the work that we do, the question is, how can we serve? How can we help? How can we add value? And we're always willing to accept folks who come in that way. Often, when people want to lead us, they create a new coalition, a new organization to compete. Or they'll come into an organization or community where the work is already being done, and they want to pick our brain, which is another form of extraction, and they take notes so that then they can take the notes and the work that we've been doing, to submit it to a funder, to then duplicate our efforts and erase our leadership. That's not justice. That's white supremacy. And so the people that we work with, and they look like me and everybody in Brooklyn and everybody in this room, work differently. They're basically saying, I have this set of skills. How can we work with each other so that we can have traction and move? I don't know how you can live, work, play, pray in New York City and not be part of a diverse community. It almost feels intentional. It's kind of like a Seinfeld episode, right? I don't know what that, I can't even speak to that. My world has always been richer than that. So, but to engage us really just takes a phone call and say, hey, I'm really good at doing research on this area. Is this something that you need? And if we don't need that, we will connect with somebody else. And then all of a sudden, you're in the mix.
Hey, good afternoon. Question about meaningful city, state, and federal programs. Backing up, 25 years ago, I was looking for work.
It's been a minute, Carter.
One of the people who was inspiring to me in a different city, he said, no matter what, no matter how great the project is, no matter how many people get to live there, no matter how affordable, how beautiful, how productive, there's 10% of people who are just not going to like it. Those are the names. So fast forward 20 years to say 2016, and then there's probably 1% of the population who are angry or frustrated or anti, etc. And then bring COVID into the mix, and now we've got sort of collective attention deficit disorder, all of us, grown-ups, kids alike, not to mention the young people with basically post-COVID PTSD conditions, probably 10 to 20% of kids I know. So my question to you, as we go into election season, how likely are city, state, federal initiatives and people, and rules and regulations and layers of protection to keep good things happening, to keep bad stuff from happening? But given the uncertainty that might be coming in November, do you have advice for us as far as city and or state and federal initiatives that are happening now that we should all be keeping our eyes on, that we should all be building support around, so that they can help us endure, survive, and thrive through the energy transition and not get another 4 years of that? So, suggestion for advice, what policies that
It is different. I would say statewide to really follow and support and fund New York Renews. It's a coalition of over 300 folks, 300 organizations. There's never been anything like that in the state of New York that is looking to fund infrastructure and move the money to frontline communities, right? I'd say on a national level, there's the WEJA, the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, that's looking for people to testify to support, because right now, the Biden administration is also supporting fall solutions. They're looking at green hydrogen, carbon sequestration. There may be people in this room who think that those are solutions. To us, those are solutions that turn our communities into sacrifice zones. And so those are places where you could testify. New York City, we just saw the Green Economy Plan come out, and we are really grateful that there was a nod to the grid, because the grid is really this comprehensive waterfront plan that can be replicated, that will have an impact, a positive impact on the region. But the truth is that that Green Economy Plan was developed without any consultation without a single environmental justice group in New York City, right? And right now, whenever we have a recurrent extreme weather event, the response is late. It's very late. So what it means is that we need to really focus on block-to-block organizing, on creating resilience on a hyper local level. And then we need to look at who's holding the work, right? So the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance is looking at everything from offshore wind to last mile. We're seeing a lot of trucks that are coming because they can to our industrial waterfront and are taking land that could be used for building for climate adaptation and mitigation. Well, what does that mean when people are home? I'm disabled, I need things that are delivered to me, right? What does that mean? That means regulating that system so that it is not contaminating the communities it's going through. We're trying to decommission paper plants, and we're trying to replace them with things like battery storage and renewable energy. And that's another lift. How do we do that? So we are solution oriented, and there's a lot of different formations that hold those solutions and are doing them in different kinds of ways. Everything from legislation to collecting research and data, making the connection between that and public health. There should not be a disconnect between public health and all of these things that we're doing. And it seems like this work that we do is always silent. I know that there may be people in this room that are like, damn, we really don't want to hear about racial justice. And I'm like, yeah, well, no, let me talk about that. Because that's at the heart of how decisions are made and how they disparately impact our communities. So already there is work in play. it looks different in different parts of the country. So for example, we've been talking about managed retreat and what that looks like throughout the United States, urban communities versus rural. There are red states, there are places where they don't have access to the federal government or the state legislature. What does organizing look like there? So we really need to think about what that looks like in community here in Brooklyn or in New York City. But across the country, the solutions are different. The challenges that our friends on the West Coast are having with offshore wind are very different, right? And the folks down in the Gulf South, very different. I met with the Huma Nation just 2 weeks ago with Taproot, with the folks that are doing that on the Gulf South. Their challenges are different than the ones that we have. We're much more enthusiastic about offshore wind here, as long as it doesn't harm and as long as it is centered on racial justice and equity. Then we are working in tandem with all of those developers that are new to working with us. And we're also providing them with guidance on how do you integrate environmental justice. We don't just assume that people know how to do that or that they're trying to harm us. It could be that they just don't know how, right? So, so those are some of the things that we're doing, and there's certainly enormous amounts of work happening across the country. And you can go to websites to find out. The Climate Justice Alliance, Movement Generation. You could go to the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, and you will find out how to plug in. That was a long answer. I feel a little tired. Any other questions or comments?
Okay, then. Sure.
And Elizabeth, I assume that if anybody in Europe would like to work with a local DJ group, they're all able to contact you for a list of various organizations.
If it's New York City, you should contact the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance. We're based in Sunset Park.
Well, no.
Yeah.
You probably have to, but I mean, I have to approach you know much more than I do. And if anybody really wanted to get into the grassroots working with another organization, the names are there. You don't do anything working to tell people what to do, as you said. The only real work in the UK has to be real and local.
Has to be what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
With a local group.
Yeah, I mean, that ideally would be the way that you do. You don't helicopter in. You basically ask, how can I be of service? And then we do things together. And we have, Uprose is one of those organizations that's not an empire builder. We're not growing this way, we're growing this way. We're base builders. We create strategic partnerships with a variety of folks. We think that's the way that we will be able to sustain the work over time, and that the idea of empire building is dated. So we work a little differently, but we work with a lot of different kinds of people with a lot of different expertise. There are some people of color here. This is a Melanin Challenge group, but there are some. And I do wonder if you have any questions or comments or anything that you want to add. Did I miss something? Did I rep you right? Did I not? This is your moment. Yes.
You said, except for the part where you said that the leadership of it should come from Sunset Park or some other areas of the city.
If it's in Sunset Park, it should be from Sunset Park.
I'm here from the Bronx, and I've been impacted by environmental justice. I'm leading the project here in Fort County. My father, one of my brothers, my uncle, they all working for the city. And the power level is really into the city. It just doesn't be broke. It also, of course, gives it. And New York City ratepayers are the payers, the cost recovery mechanism for these investments. In some cases, are paid by New York City ratepayers, and sometimes by New York State ratepayers. So that's where I think that part I'm probably not along with this, because that means that someone like me would never have the opportunity to do what I'm doing here right now and be here right now. And there's not too many of me doing this type of work.
So this is how I would respond to that. My family lived on Simpson Street. My father died of an asthma attack on Hunts Point at the age of 52. I have a lot of love for the Bronx, particularly for the South Bronx, because that's where my people come from. But I will say that if there is an environmental burden there, and there are many in the South Bronx, it is the poorest congressional district in the country, that you should have first dibs at the jobs because you are at the front line of vast and toxic exposure. And I'm saying the same for Sunset Park. And so if that means that we have to try a little harder to find people in Sunset, but it would be inappropriate to give the jobs to folks. I only use the Bronx as an example. We may be getting people from Staten Island, from Queens. I think that the Bronx gets first dibs when it is a problem in the Bronx, particularly if we're talking about environmental justice. And Sunset Park should get first dibs too.
But guess what? Because I didn't put this out. The way the energy grid is laid out, it's not laid out for programs. It all works together.
There are going to be jobs all over the city that are going to be appropriate for people all over the city. But when we're talking about rank and file and the kinds of jobs that are going to be going into offshore wind, we need to start with local communities. Maybe we're going to have to agree to disagree. And I'm happy that you, as a brother, have this job. You know, I'm really happy about that. I'm not going to lie. Would I prefer if it's a Sunset Park-based issue or infrastructure, that it be somebody from Sunset? Yeah.
Or would you rather somebody who's qualified?
I never once said that I was talking about unqualified people. Let's not do this to each other.
I have this conversation a lot with people about land transition. And I agree with you. One of my goals is the $810 million I'm making is having impact. But at the same time, I always talk to people about this is dirty. It's not.
This is what?
Dirty. The energy transition is not behind. It's dirty. It's dirty construction work. Any way you look at it, from beginning to the end. And that right there is a difference from when people invest in technology, whether it's .com, what we're doing right now. And there's plenty of people that are qualified in New York and Brooklyn to do this work. That's what I want to know, that just that part here because the grid is not just because it's being done in Sunset Park, the grid is only for Sunset. All of New York State. That's why.
But the infrastructure is in Sunset. The build out is in Sunset. The people dealing with the burden of the development are in Sunset, and they really need to be prioritized in terms of hiring. Yeah, that's a different conversation than the grid.
Hey, and that, thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
It's good to go. Okay. And we're on Zoom again? Good. So, thank you for staying around till the afternoon. You're not one of those, you are not among the eat and runs. So, we're privileged to have speak today Spencer Williams, who is who's in charge of land use policy and topography at the Brooklyn Borough President's Office, and he will be speaking about how wind energy fits into the recently released comprehensive, Brooklyn's comprehensive plan that came out of the Borough President's Office. So let's welcome William Spencer.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us here. Again, I'm Spencer Williams. I'm here. Oh, that works well. I'm here on behalf of the Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso's office. I'm the Director of Land Use and Topography there. We heard a lot over lunch about some of the disparities that we have in our city, that there are different neighborhoods that have borne the brunt of different historical disinvestments, that our planning policy has sometimes and often led to really disparate outcomes on health, on energy access, on air quality, on schools. And so it is in that backdrop that we have created a comprehensive plan for Brooklyn. At some point here, my slides will appear behind me, I believe. There we go. So it's important to note that almost every major city in the world has a plan to guide their growth and their development, except New York City. In New York, we really rely heavily on our zoning code and the zoning map to really guide development. And so what we see is a lot of really piecemeal solutions that happen. We're often not thinking citywide, not thinking at a citywide scale, a neighborhood scale. And so when it comes to how we balance the challenges that we have and really share in the burden of growing and thriving as a city, we don't really have a good process for that. And so in order to bring balance to our borough, to heal our communities, and to open up opportunities that really take advantage of the environmental resources, the physical places, the land, the development opportunities, we have to really return to the heart of why we plan, which is so that people can have what they need and that they can be healthy. And so it is in that spirit that we have created as an office, in consultation with community, the first borough-wide comprehensive plan for Brooklyn. It's important to note that the comprehensive plan is a vision for equitable growth, right? It's a guiding document for decision-making, a source for borough-wide data. We really want to be data informed here, but also taking into account what communities are directly saying. Sometimes there can be a lag between what we hear from communities and what shows up in the data, and this planning process that we undertook really tried to take account for both of those things. It's also really important to say what a comprehensive plan is not. It's not a substitute for citywide planning. It's not a rezoning proposal for the borough, and it's not something that the borough president can implement entirely on his own. There are limitations to what we can do. We can't do it on our own, we can't make it law, and we can't promise that it will outlive our time in office. It's not a mandate that is showing up by the city or the state. It is something that we have taken on as an office that we hope will outlive us and our successor will take this up. What we can promise to do, however, is to orient our actions around this plan, knowing that it's the right thing to do for Brooklyn. This is a plan for the community that has come from the community, and as such will need to evolve as the hopes and needs of people of Brooklyn change. And so when we work together, we can really address our common needs. But fundamental to that is that your address shouldn't determine your lifespan. Right now in Brooklyn, where you live may mean the difference of nearly a decade of your life. It shouldn't mean that you'll face dangerously unbearable heat in the summer or travel farther just to make a living wage. But right now in Brooklyn, our health and our well-being depend greatly on where we live. This pattern of inequities in our borough is a consequence of our city's failure to plan for public health or even to plan at all. Instead of doing what most large cities across the world do by creating a long-term comprehensive plan to guide our growth, we again rely heavily on zoning to hold the vision, to hold the implementation for a thriving city. When we fail to plan, we run the risk of deepening disparities instead of solving for them. And so the comprehensive plan really puts forward a vision for a healthier, more equitable borough. It has three sort of core components. We run through existing conditions, which are a set of data, spatial data that we are looking to really understand what's happening across the borough, to really understand where the needs and hot points are. a set of recommendations, as well as a set of land use frameworks to help guide our decision making. And so the purpose of this plan is to really address the dual crisis of both housing and public health through land use policy, public policy, and budget recommendations. And so the comprehensive plan is really trying to do a number of things. One, it's a vision for Brooklyn. It's a recognition that the well-being of a neighborhood in our borough is dictated by how we use our land, allocate our funding, and administer our programs. It's a tool in which we can measure the merits of any proposal, advocate for community needs, and push for changes to our neighborhood that make sense. There's also an information and data resource that can be used for anyone across the borough and across the city, including our community boards, community advocates, as well as folks in other parts of the city who are looking to partner with us as a borough to help solve our challenges and problems. Critically, it's also a space where dialogue can happen. By putting out a set of maps and goals and policies and frameworks, we can invite people to the table to be a vital convener across the borough. More and more research is pointing to the fact that the location and how we use our land, availability of public transportation, access to public services, where we get our energy from, all of these things are critical factors that make up the social determinants of health. And so as Office of the Borough President, we have really 4 key ways that we can push for this plan. We're not the City Council, we're not the mayor, but we do have particular roles that are laid out in the charter that can really help us to advance this plan through partnerships, through collaboration, and through policy leadership. And so that really comes down to advocacy, budget, land use, and outreach. That convening power is really something that can help us to really map the way towards equity in our borough. And so when we look at a set of existing conditions, we'll see those disparities. So on the right here, you'll see that mentioned earlier, that life expectancy map. And so in the areas in red, those are areas that have a lower life expectancy than the city average. You'll see a lot of East Brooklyn, a lot of Central Brooklyn, and the areas in blue will show areas that have a longer than average. And so across that difference, sometimes it's a decade, that's really built on air quality, access to jobs, access to healthcare, a whole set of issues. We can also see in our borough that the waterfront is a really hot spot in terms of a employment destination. So we heard a lot earlier in lunch about sort of the power and the promise of the waterfront. And we want to make sure that we maintain a really robust working waterfront, that people can have livable jobs, that can be a part of the solution for the borough. And so those disparities show up in every really major category, from transportation to heat vulnerability, access to affordable housing. We see that throughout the borough, that our sort of land use and our zoning can really predict a lot of these health outcomes and indicators. And so I encourage you, as you dive into this later, to look at this plan later online and to see all of the different maps. There are nearly 100 maps in this plan that help outline the existing conditions that we use pretty routinely in our office to help us guide decisions, policy recommendations, and budget priorities. In addition to these sort of existing conditions, we put out a set of land use frameworks. There are 4 of them. The first is really the most pressing for today, resilient infrastructure and jobs, which is really around industrial job growth, multimodal freight, and a resilient waterfront, which includes wind and a green transition in those places. But we also care about healthy streets and healthy environment, which is sort of how you get around, how our streets are working for people, can people get and have access to the waterfront and to parks to live a rich and healthy life. We can't do any of that without also talking about housing growth and parking demand management, which is to say we need to get people living close to the things that they need and encouraging less trips by car, by automobile, to help transition to a green economy, as well as have really short trips for people so that they don't need to travel as far to get to what they need. And then lastly, a health and wellness economy is one of those key frameworks, just really recognizing that we have some really significant health disparities, particularly around maternal health in our borough, that are really directly related to land use, access to health care, and a set of other issues. So let's dive a little bit deeper into the resilient infrastructures and jobs framework. With a focus on the waterfront and industrial areas, this framework really promotes industrial job growth. We want to see new intensified uses on the waterfront that are not housing, not just housing, so that we can have really good options. But it's not just about how we use the waterfront. It requires that we have new multimodal options for freight delivery and really take advantage of the offshore wind and other capabilities and opportunities that present ourselves so that we can really transition to a green economy. So this framework does zoom out to take a more regional approach on how goods and people move across the borough. Brooklyn's waterfront, industrial areas, and freight and rail infrastructure present an opportunity to simultaneously shift the borough towards the future with green industrial jobs, fewer trucks on the road, and a forward-looking role in the green economy. Offshore wind presents an opportunity for the waterfront to really address a lot of our issues, both in terms of the local, hyper-local issues when it comes to a neighborhood like Sunset Park, as well as to really think about where energy is coming from on the macro sense across the system as a whole. So thanks in large part to the shallow continental shelf that extends hundreds of miles into the ocean, New York does have a really competitive advantage for developing offshore wind. And so what does this look like for us in terms of recommendations? Here are two examples of the recommendations that you'd find in our comprehensive plan. First being an objective to support and green Brooklyn's industrial business sector, just like to explicitly encourage the wind energy supply chain to locate along Brooklyn's industrial waterfront and advocate for the industry to employ local union labor. So we are really concerned here about the opportunities that present themselves offshore, on land, in terms of where that energy gets into the system and how those jobs in the system to build it, to maintain it, really can help to reinforce and support our borough. Another one would be to shift freight from road to water and rail based on New York City's EDC and DOT's Delivering Green Plan, which helps to support the development of the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal into a freight village, including serving as a project cargo hub for the offshore wind industry. So really looking at a very particular place so that when we have land use applications and other things that come in and come up in this neighborhood, we are not losing sight of the opportunities that present themselves so that we can maintain this for the borough as a whole. So these goals and objectives are designed to support a healthy, thriving manufacturing sector that is adapted to the green economy. We need innovation, vision, and implementation to make this a reality. We can't do it on our own, and we're all needed here. And so I want to thank all of you for the work that you are doing to contribute to the short-term and the long-term opportunities presented by wind and waterfront, and look forward to hearing more about the implementation this afternoon. Thank you for your time. If you want to reach out to our office, you can contact us at askreynoso@brooklynbp.nyc.gov or find more information about the plan on our website at brooklynbp.nyc.gov. Happy to take a number of questions if there are any.
I was just going to come out and ask for questions, but you already did. Do we have any questions? And we get a chance to
use our bouncing, here we go, it's coming down, our bouncing mic. Have you seen this?
I have not seen this.
Okay, it's fun, you just throw it from one person to another.
Oh, what do you know? Here it is. Yeah, I do want to look at your plan. It's the first time I really heard of it, but how does it fit into the city waterfront plan itself, the overall city waterfront plan?
So yes, the city waterfront plan, or the comprehensive waterfront plan that's been updated, I think 3 or 4 times now across the city, really has been more of a strategic plan that has highlighted sort of big project goals that have taken multiple administrations to advance. And so something like the design standards, some of the setback requirements that we've seen be implemented, all of those things are really great, and then that can show up. There's miles and miles and miles of waterfront across the city. But what this does is really plug in the additional land use pieces, the transportation, the health, the housing, to show how the waterfront, especially a working waterfront, is connected to things like housing choice. And so without those vibrant jobs, people don't have the wages to be competitive in the housing market. Without really thinking about how those connections are happening and those mix of land uses are happening along the waterfront, we can't think about how people work there and live there and play there and get access to sort of maritime uses. And so that is really what we're trying to bring into that process, particularly for the borough of Brooklyn, so that we can make sure that we are maximizing every opportunity to legislate, to advocate, and to invest in a system that really is trying to maximize those goals, so that we're not short-sighted and saying, here's a really great housing opportunity, without thinking about the impact that that might have on jobs, on the sector, or on a more long-term vision. And so I think that's really the difference in our plan.
And my interests basically are on the recreational and educational uses of the water itself and the waterfront. So I assume you have material within your program that addresses that.
Yes. I would encourage you to look at the full plan online.
Oh, I will. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Anyone else? Yes, we have somebody here. Should have just tossed it.
It's a long toss.
Thank you. Yes, your title is and also had typography in it. Have you felt that the typography will help in extreme weather events with the runoff and the flooding? And should that be more part of the overall plan?
2 things on that. So the question's around topography in the title, right? So yes, the plan looks at things like sea level rise and also intermittent flooding that we've seen across the borough in significant rain events that's not connected to sort of coastal flooding. The topography in my title refers to our topography bureau, which is something that is in the city charter, which is in charge of addressing maps. And so if you were going in as a developer and you wanted to sort of have a new project, you would come to our office to help you get an address to make sure that we update and maintain the official borough map for the city. And that's one of the things that's outlined in the city charter.
Oh, I thought because of the terminal moraine, which runs right through the center of Brooklyn and into Staten Island, that affects the way the developers look at the land. The least desirable land, that's why they put hospitals and things of that nature on the terminal moraine.
Yes.
I thought that was part of it.
Yes, thank you for your question.
Okay, anyone else? All right, so.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Appreciate it. And those of us who haven't yet, we will read the comprehensive plan. Okay, thank you. And we will now have our final panel of the day, which is going to focus on the business and workforce opportunities. And we have representatives from 4 different organizations, as well as a council member who is scheduled to be on Zoom with us, whose council includes many of these neighborhoods. And so I'm going to first introduce us to our moderator, Nathan Kensinger, and I guess call the panel up. Now, what you must do is go through, there's no way directly, you'll have to go be in the exit door and slip out onto the stage. And Nathan is a photographer, a filmmaker, an artist, a curator based in Brooklyn, New York, actually Sunset Park. His work explores hidden urban landscapes, off-limit industrial structures on natural waterways, environmental disaster zones, and other liminal spaces. He has been documenting New York City's changing waterfront for the past decade in an ongoing series of photo essays. His photographs have been exhibited by the Museum of the City of New York, the Brooklyn Museum, the Queens Museum, the Museum of Contemporary African Diasporan Arts, and in numerous galleries. And so, Nathan, would you come with your panel?
Thanks, Richard. Deborah's on her way.
Oh.
Thanks everyone for coming this afternoon to our final panel of the conference. This is the panel on business and workforce opportunities afforded by offshore wind energy. As Richard said, I'm Nathan Kensinger. I'll be helping to moderate the panel today. We're just waiting for one of our panelists to join us, and then I'll introduce our panelists, each of whom is going to say a few brief words and talk about their work related to offshore wind in Brooklyn and New York. We're also hopefully going to be joined by Alexa Aviles, the council member for District 38. That's my district. Actually, I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. And she will hopefully join us on Zoom and be able to kind of engage the panelists via Zoom, answer some questions, add some insight into what's happening on the waterfront in Brooklyn. I'm just going to briefly set out a little context. I have one of the only hard copies currently of the white paper for the conference, which I'm one of the co-authors on. The white paper is something we wrote to kind of research this topic deeply and really look at how offshore wind is going to impact Brooklyn's waterfront specifically. And I hope the panel will kind of dig into that, like what's actually going to happen in Brooklyn, how will jobs and businesses and sites in Brooklyn be impacted. But you can find the paper by following the QR code in the program, and I'll just briefly say here, I'll read a little quotation from it. In total, the paper identifies 52 sites in Brooklyn that are related to the offshore wind industry. A total of 47 of those sites are identified by a map from the NYC EDC called a Potential Offshore Wind Sites Map, and also from the NYSERDA Offshore Wind Training Opportunities Map. In addition, there's 5 other sites that have been proposed for potential offshore wind sites in Brooklyn. These include the consolidated Edison sites that we heard about earlier, the Brooklyn Clean Energy Hub, the Gowanus substation, another power station that's also going to be built in theory in Canarsie, which we didn't talk about today. And there's also sites that have been proposed at the Brooklyn Navy Yard as some of the proposals to NYSERDA for the offshore wind solicitations. The 52 sites that are identified in Brooklyn include a whole range of landscapes, businesses, institutions, workforce development sites, and a total of 28 of the sites are located directly on Brooklyn's waterfront, or within at least 2 blocks of Brooklyn's waterfront. The majority of the waterfront sites are located on city-owned land, and a majority are currently home to active maritime businesses, to warehouses, or facilities for city agencies. And so hopefully we'll talk about some of that today, like what does all this mean for Brooklyn, and what could it mean for Brooklyn's waterfront specifically, since this is the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center. With that background, I will introduce our panel today, and then we'll hear from each of the panelists, and then after that we'll have a time for a conversation and also questions from the audience. So please save your questions till after the presentations. First panelist today is Tone Sondergaard, the director of the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub, and which is related to the Futures Lab at NYU Tandon School of Engineering. Our second panelist is Danielle DaCosta, Assistant Vice President on the Opportunity MWDBE team at NYC EDC. Our third panelist is Jessica Deely, a Senior Advisor for Offshore Wind at NYSERDA. Our fourth panelist is Deborah Solomon, the Director of Program Development at CityTech, which is where we are today. And as I said, hopefully we'll have Alexa Vilas joining us via Zoom. I'm not yet sure, we'll be getting word when or if she is online with us. But I'm gonna read the biographies prior to each of our panelists coming up and speaking. So I guess we'll start with Tone, if that's okay, just because you're listed first. Tone Sondergaard is the director of the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub. Actually, I need to get my reading glasses. I just got reading glasses this year and I'm not used to using them. Tone Sondergaard is the director of the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub Urban Future Lab at NYU Tandon School of Engineering. She spearheads the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub, which aims to grow the U.S. offshore wind industry by harnessing the entrepreneurial powers of global industry-leading startups. By building collaborative partnerships, she is on a mission to accelerate nascent technology and business development that will drive inclusive offshore wind supply chain advancements. Her role entails all aspects of strategic development, program oversight, and daily management of this initiative and physical space, which is located in Industry City in Sunset Park. Sondergaard has more than 10 years of experience in innovation and development of transatlantic partnerships, sustainable business support programs, and climate change initiatives. As founding director of Circular City Week New York, her passion for community and ecosystem building runs deep. She holds a master's degree in international business and politics from Copenhagen Business School and partly completed at Columbia University. So welcome, and we look forward to hearing your remarks.
It's on. I'm here. Yay. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thanks for that introduction. I have to thank whoever wrote that about me, to sort of like thank them for the kind words. I have a tiny presentation sort of behind me. I'll try and get through it sort of relatively quickly, as you have a very esteemed panel here that has lots of interesting things to share. And you made it really easy for me. So essentially the first few slides, if we go to the next one, is precisely our mission statement, which I think was already up there, that the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub is really here to catalyze startups and connect innovators, all with the aim of unleashing the potential of offshore wind in New York. And on the next slide, you will see sort of like the partners behind the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub is made possible by Equinor, who, as you probably heard a few times today already, is holding or creating Empire Wind. We implemented NYU and Urban Future Lab together with the National Offshore Wind Research and Development Consortium, and with the support from the New York City Economic Development Corporation. On the next slide, you'll see me just sort of like highlighting essentially the two programs that we run out of the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub. I'll dive into both of them, but essentially the first one is our accelerator program, and the second one is our Hub Community Program. And if we go into the next slide, where you can essentially see a little bit more about our accelerator program. Our accelerator is a 6 months intensive program for startups or innovators within the space of offshore wind. We select these 6 from a global pool of startups that applies, and we do this once a year. We're actually right now in the middle of selecting our second cohort of startups. If selected to the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub Accelerator Program, these companies become part of a really sort of like vigorous, and that was a difficult word, and sort of like extensive set of workshops where we bring them into New York, take them through expert sessions, peer-to-peer learning sessions, lots of site visits and the like. We support them with mentorship and startup support, whatever that entails, depending on where they are. That might be fundraising, hiring support, pitch training, or the like. And then, of course, a big part of the program is also really connecting them to the New York City ecosystem of offshore wind stakeholders, given that the whole The mission of the program, of course, is to hopefully make sure that these 6 companies become part of the projects, firstly here in New York, and then hopefully beyond that as time goes by. And on the next slide, I've just sort of like a little shout out to our first cohort of companies. These were the 6 companies that we worked with in 2023. So they are now our graduates, as we call them, of course, staying in the language of universities. 6 really amazing companies. I hope you will check them out. They do great things. They are now more or less all active here in the state of New York and are doing wonderful things, ranging from building subsea anchors to doing workforce development and assisting the developers with logistics. But as I just said, on the next slide, very quickly, there's the timeline for where we are right now. We are right now in the middle of down selecting our second cohort, so we're sort of like more or less in the middle of this. If any of you want to hear the 10 finalists this year pitch, we are doing a big pitch event next week, so visit our website, find it there. But I thought it might be just fun actually to show to you on the next 2 slides the 5 finalists this year, because a lot of the questions we always get is when we say, oh, startups in the offshore wind space. What does that mean? Like, what kind of technologies are these startups and companies actually providing? So I just wanted to give you a quick overview so you get a sense of how broad that space actually is and how many different types of technologies that we're looking at. So the first ones, as you can see on this first slide, it's just, we have anything from energy yield assessment software, AI cameras for process optimization, predictive maintenance of subsea cables, another big one, mid-ocean data analysis empowered by AI. And we also have a company among our finalists that do transfer solutions between vessels and turbines. And on the next slide, you'll see the 5 last ones, where some of them are doing subsea robotic technologies, predictions of fluid flows. We have some that do video images for vibration sensing of turbines. Some are doing subsurface wireless power transmission. Yes, wireless power transmission. And last but not least, we also have a floating anchor company in this year. So just sort of like giving you a brief overview of like all that that we potentially talk about when we say offshore wind. I have another slide. It's really sort of like text heavy, so I won't go too much into that one. But I just want to say the reason that we try and really do this accelerator program in the way that we do is that we see a lot of these startups sort of like suffering from 3 sort of like challenges that we really try and solve. The first one we talk a lot about is information asymmetry. There's a big asymmetry for startups in this space, because many of their clients are enormous energy companies, global companies with 30, 50,000 people, and figuring out how a small startup fits into that landscape can be really challenging. So through this accelerator program where they get to collaborate directly with Equinor for 6 months, they get to really figure out, where do I fit in? What is my value proposition? How am I pricing my product? Which is some of the things that many of them really struggle with. The next one is also what we call the mountain of opportunities. We don't like the valley of death. It's also a term out there for startups. But essentially, many of these startups are faced with an enormous amount of different opportunities, and figuring out which ones to catch and which one not to catch can be kind of challenging for them. And last but not least, we are really here to sort of like de-risk that collaboration between the startups and the really big developers, trying to help them find a good framework for how to work together in the early phases before a full, maybe commercial relationship is possible. Okay, I feel like I'm talking a lot. Okay, next slide. Then I'll change sort of like up a little bit and go to the second program that we run, which is our Hub community. This is an open opportunity for any small company, large company, NGO, academic institution, anyone in the space of offshore wind who wants to be part of us building an inclusive and innovative offshore wind industry here in New York City. It's free, and we take in new members on a rolling basis. It's a very simple process of 7 questions. And currently, on the next slide, you'll see our current 25 members who are part of the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub. If becoming part of the Innovation Hub community, They get access to the co-working space. We have a beautiful, huge space down in Industry City, as was just said in the intro. We co-located with Equinor down there, literally overlooking the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. So I and all the people down there get to see every day what's happening. So it's a beautiful place and a great place to come and work if you just feel like working along others in the offshore wind industry. We also host lots of social events, and we do a lot of expert seminars as well, where we sort of like try and teach and facilitate this inclusive innovation. So maybe on one of the really last slides, I promised, I have just sort of like highlighted a tiny bit some of the things we work on as a part of this community. And I mentioned inclusive innovation quite a few times. It's really important for us that we enable the industry to be more inclusive when they think of innovation, whether that's in the projects or the products that they undertake. So we work a lot on that. We really believe in peer-to-peer learning. That's why we build a community like this. We really believe that many of these companies, small to big, academic institutions and vice versa, can learn a lot from one another. So we do a lot of facilitating that sort of like knowledge sharing. And then of course, local presence. For a lot of these companies, they are international. They're not necessarily based out of New York City yet, at least. So for them to have a local presence, have a place to come in New York, it can be a really big sort of like differentiator for them. And it also enables us as the hub to help them understand the community and the ecosystem that they are becoming part of. So we use quite a lot of our time to sort of like educate our community on some of the topics you have also all listened into today. So with that being said, I had 2 quotes. You can skip through the next 2 ones, but it's essentially just some of our community members and some of our hub that are sort of like sharing why they, of course, hopefully like to work with us. So with that being said, thank you so much. I think there's a QR code coming for those of you who are really quick with your phones. And if you want to sort of like learn more about what it is that we do, want to see the events that we have coming online, or check out some of the companies that we work with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was great. I look forward to hearing more about some of the companies that you have worked with. They sound like they're up to some pretty interesting processes. Next, we have Danielle Da Costa. Danielle Da Costa is an assistant vice president on the Opportunity MWDBE team at the New York City Economic Development Corporation, specializing in business development and capacity building programming. She earned a master's degree in public and urban policy analysis and management from the New School. At NYC EDC, her primary focus has been the management of Construct NYC and offshore wind waterfront pathways programs, where she has helped connect and support successful outcomes for MWBEs on over $93 million across the 5 boroughs. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Testing, testing.
Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Danielle Da Costa. I'm an assistant vice president on the Opportunity MWDBE team at EDC. I've been at EDC for the past 5 years, working within the capacity building arm at EDC. So for context, capacity building programs are programs that are designed essentially for working businesses to be able to expand their capacity to work on different types of projects or larger projects and help businesses grow. So going back, when I first started at EDC, we only had one capacity building program, Construct NYC. Awards to the program through EDC projects were just shy of $20 million. We started that program in 2016. And then through kind of the development of EDC's portfolio, especially with the focus on the waterfront and coastal resiliency work that we were tasked with, we realized that there was a tangible gap between what exists within the business environment of construction businesses that are able to work on the waterfront, professional services that are able to work on the waterfront, and then we got kind of to the drawing board and said, hey, what are we going to do about this? So some of the things that we've come up as a result of kind of getting deeper into this waterfront development space has really been the Waterfront Navigator tool, where we have a one-stop shop for all permitting that is relative to waterfront development. And then the other side of this is launching Offshore Wind Waterfront Pathways, which is a capacity building program specifically for vendors looking to do business within the offshore wind industry, as well as within the waterfront development side. So I think, again, we're counting on starting as a PM on one project and then being able to really get my hands dirty in terms of, looking into this new capacity building program and shaping what this means, I think has been truly rewarding for me personally. But I think that, again, the culmination comes when we're talking about dollars and cents, right? So really, through our capacity building programs, we kind of have three major things that we check the box on. So training, technical assistance, and connection to opportunities. So our training program for Waterfront Pathways is an 8-week program with a twice-weekly commitment. It's offered mostly virtually. We also leverage some of our relationships with our other partners, the Ready Center, actually the CM for South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, Skanska, also donates their space so at times for the program. So what we do is really, we try to have this training have as many of the industry leaders that we're interacting with to come to these sessions, to lead some of these sessions as subject matter experts, going from, A to Z of how to do this work and the things that are needed to be able to access it. So I think that mainly is, getting to the point of kind of reducing that informational asymmetry that exists out there by showing that, hey, these are businesses that are raising their hand to say that I'm interested in learning about this and I also want to take part in it. So through our training, we really have, a bunch of modules, but just to give you kind of a little bit of a laundry list, we do business continuity planning, organizational development, offshore wind 101, wedge certification, intro and overview, intro into energy systems. Also, we talk about our Urban Future Lab, bookkeeping and financial management best practices, business credit and funding options, insurance, waterfront inspection and rehab, intro to permitting, waterfront development, Marine Construction 101, supply chain and inventory management, offshore wind port design, best bidding practices, offshore wind and waterfront supply chain, contract and compliance. We have, the lion's share of what a business needs to understand to be better versed to be able to enter the space. And really, through all of this, we're looking to, see this materialize through our investment at South Brooklyn Marine Terminal and Empire One, where we're looking to see basically that these contractors are getting connected to that 30% goal that we have on that site. And I think that, again, like one of the best parts of doing this capacity building work from, my side is really seeing the success that businesses are able to gain through this connection. So I always think about this one marine diving company that, started in Construct NYC, saw that we launched Waterfront Pathways and decided, hey, this sounds like this is something I'm interested in doing more of and I want to learn more. So this business owner joined that program as well. So between her joining Construct NYC and Waterfront Pathways, she was able to double her revenue. She's gotten 3 jobs with EDC since joining these programs. And really, this is what we're looking for. We're not looking for, the top line of saying like, yes, we've reached our 30%. We want these stories. We want to understand how we're helping individuals, how we're helping communities, and seeing how, this commitment of 30% truly materializes within the market. So I think that, this is something that's, very, very near and dear to me. I think that generally when we think about the construction industry and how big of a purveyor of opportunities it is for, a multitude of groups. I'm not sure if you guys know that the statistic about the construction industry, 1 in 3 construction workers are immigrants. And really this kind of speaks to what New York City is. We are diverse, we are looking to basically have that American dream materialize for people. And through, our work and our investment in our capacity building programs, that is the return that we're looking for. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome, thank you so much. I really didn't know that 1/3 of construction workers were immigrants. That's a surprising amount, and something we can talk about in relation to Brooklyn, especially in Sunset Park in specific. Up next is Jessica Deely. Jessica Deely is a senior advisor for offshore wind with the New York State Energy and Research Development Authority, NYSERDA. Her role entails guiding the coordination of New York State's offshore wind workforce development efforts with the focus on labor relations and environmental justice. Her work is meant to build racial and gender equity through the labor movement and employer partnerships. Prior to her position with NYSERDA, Deely spent 8 years working for renewable energy developer EDF Renewables, and most recently she served as Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind's External Affairs Lead. She earned a master's degree in environmental geoscience and her undergraduate degree in meteorology and climatology from Mississippi State University Phi Beta Kappa. And Deely also worked as an award-winning on-air meteorologist and taught news writing as a graduate assistant. So welcome. Feel free to take the panel or speak from your seat, either one.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Having your biography read is awful. Hi, everybody. I did bring some slides with me today to tell a bit of a story. Yes, that's the right one, I think. So I know, how many of you, if you want to, raise your hands, were here this morning when our NYSERDA's Assistant Director, Pauline, presented? Okay, great. I'll skip over the whole gist of New York State's Climate Act and our place within the federal government for the most part. But if we go to the next slide, that's the agenda. I was thinking there would be some more students here today to talk to about specific jobs. So I will list a couple of jobs, and I hope it's entertaining to you all. If not, I'll just be brief and we can skip ahead to the Q&A. But if we go to the next slide, just a quick look at the federal offshore wind lease areas. I came in right before lunch, a panel was going on, and there was a question about what happens if our current administration changes in November, and what does that mean to New York State and to New York City's plans for offshore wind? And what I'll say is, in response to that, New York State has the most aggressive climate act in the United States and are leading the way in offshore wind development specifically. The chart behind me shows the breakdown of all of the Northeast states that have committed to offshore wind goals. So right now we're at a really unusual position where we have both state and federal incentive to develop offshore wind. But should we lose some of our federal incentive for offshore wind development, that 30 gigawatts by 2030, which is Biden's goal, President Biden's goal, we still have our New York State Climate Act that is a law, and that is what we are progressing. And the states also surrounding us, you can see that chart behind me, also have very aggressive targets. So the industry is happening, it's chugging forward, it must. Climate change isn't stopping, and most of these states with these goals have archaic fossil fuel plants that need to be retired. So if those are going offline and we must build new power plants, it only makes sense that we're building renewable energy because that's where the technology is today. And if you're on the coast and you have the space, these federal lease areas for offshore wind, it only makes sense that you would be building a ton of offshore wind as your potential power plant. So next slide, please. This is a quick look at our Climate Act targets. So New York State not only has offshore wind goals, but incorporates storage, solar, building efficiency, transportation. You can see that timeline behind me. I've circled our offshore wind goal, which is quite aggressive. By 2035, 9,000 megawatts of offshore wind installed into New York City and Long Island. Are we going to hit that? Well, we're right up against the nose of it, but it's looking very promising. And in fact, New York State is looking beyond the 9 gigawatts. We realize if we achieve all the goals that are set behind me, we are going to need more electricity on the grid because we're essentially saying everything must be electrified. No more emissions. That means more cars charging at night, more reasons to have increased electricity, and population is only increasing. We all know this. So 9 gigawatts, or 9 gigawatts, 9,000 megawatts of offshore wind is really, the floor, not the ceiling of what New York State is looking at in terms of developing offshore wind. Let's go to the next slide. Let's see what I have there. These are a quick look at our 2 active projects, where they're plugging into. I'm going to pull it up on my phone so I'm not turned around staring at this and talking to you at the same time. You can see the dotted lines are essentially what I like to tell crowds are they're extension cords. They're the cables that take the power from the wind farm and bring it into the electric grid. Once it gets past that 3-mile marker from our shore, it gets into state land, and it must go underground on a beach and lead to an existing substation, and then it can get transmitted out to homes and businesses and provide electricity to all of us. So you can see Empire Wind 1 and Sunrise Wind projects. While those projects had to break their contract with the state due to unforeseen and unprecedented economic impacts based on COVID and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we were able to quickly resolicit those projects in a competitive solicitation to keep ratepayer costs down and get them back on track. They are still full steam ahead, still have the same COD or commercial operation dates when they're supposed to be, operating, producing power. So we are still on track with these projects. What else do I want to say here? You see a zoomed in version of the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal and the Gowanus substation right next to it, which is where Equinor's project is plugging into. And you see the Holbrook Station, which Sunrise Wind is going to be plugging into in Long Island. I'll also note New York State is a leader in the United States. We're the first state in the United States to have a commercial scale operating wind farm. Just this year, South Fork Wind Farm came online, and I have a great slide detailing all of the opportunities that brought to the United States into New York while they developed and are now operating it. So let's actually go to the next slide there. Looking at South Fork Wind Farm, the first operational wind farm in the United States. We're talking about jobs and workforce opportunities. I want you to keep in mind that this was the first project built at this scale in federal waters, something that's considered a commercial scale project. Yes, there's the Block Island Wind Farm, but that project is built in state waters and is not considered a commercial scale project. It's too small for that. South Fork Wind, because it's only 12 turbines, beat Vineyard Wind, which was supposed to be the first commercial scale. So New York was the first in. We get the gold medal. But this is looking at the 12 turbines and all of the work that went into constructing that wind farm over the past, goodness, I think it's been since 2017, South Fork Wind Farm has been under development. They have, Ørsted in fact, has a contract now for the first American-made service operation vessel, the Edison. You can see it being manufactured in the United States using United States steel. It's a huge win, and this vessel will also maintain and service all of Ørsted's operational wind farm assets while they're developed across the United States. Not only are we building vessels in the United States to support the offshore wind industry, we are giving all of our ports a facelift. So I know everybody is very interested in New York State ports. South Brooklyn Marine Terminal is, of course, breaking ground imminently to redo that entire port for staging and marshaling for the Empire Wind project. The Innovation Hub sits overlooking that beautiful port, and the city is going to create over 1,000 short-term jobs in the construction of that and 200 long-term jobs in the operation of South Brooklyn Marine Terminal. Now this project, because our New York State ports were not ready for staging and marshaling, South Fork staged and marshaled in New London State Pier in Connecticut, and that's that middle picture on the top that you see there. The way that it works is they put the turbine towers stacked up, as you see, on barges and the turbine blades, and they bring out each turbine one by one and construct a turbine piece by piece. So the first thing that goes into the ground are the monopiles, the steel tubes that sink 60 meters into the ground. They put transmission pieces on top of those monopiles with anode cages, which are what the wind turbines technicians stand on. Those anode cages are being manufactured in New York State, actually in Buffalo, if you can believe it. An old fossil fuel company named Lundstrom revamped their entire business plan and are now producing offshore wind components and growing their employment exponentially after having to lay off most of their workers because of the downturn of the fossil fuel industry. So they're one of the first successful companies that have really transformed their business plan to benefit from offshore wind. Needless to say, those turbines, they get sent out to sea, and you can see on that third picture, the first American-made offshore wind transmission substation. So that's the substation offshore that collects all the powers from all the electricity from the individual turbines and sends it back to shore. It steps up the electricity voltage so that it can make the long journey back to shore. South Fork is about 32 miles off the coast of Montauk. That substation was manufactured in Texas using old oil and gas infrastructure where they used to build oil rigs. They're now building offshore wind substations. Another huge success and something that all the states are looking to bring further northeast. But of course, our southern brothers and sisters need work too, especially with the downturn of the fossil fuel industry. So they're seeing the success of this. You can see a jackup vessel there building that offshore wind substation. On the bottom, looking at the onshore cable laying. So again, once that cable comes on shore, it's got to make it to the onshore substation before it can be distributed to homes and businesses. These are the Long Island-based Haugland Group with a PLA, a project labor agreement signed with all of our building construction trade unions to build and connect the electricity coming from offshore to onshore. That road has now received a full facelift, repaved, can't even tell anybody was ever there. And again, is connected to a substation out there in Long Island and is now supporting or sending power to about 70,000 homes. The middle picture is also just looking at how they connect the turbine blades individually to the turbine. That's another picture from South Fork Wind Farm, very impressive. And the last one is what it looks like now, fully built and operational, spinning and providing that electricity. So that's one project, 12 turbines. The future projects are, 10 times that amount. So imagine the jobs that came from South Fork, but multiplied. And again, SBMT, the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal here in New York City, is going into construction now. And then they've just signed, Equinor's just signed another project labor agreement to bring the onshore cables to the Gowanus substation. That work continues. So 1,000 union laborers are going to start working on that as well. So the jobs are now, don't let anybody fool you. The industry is cranking ahead and making waves. And we're seeing major successes despite some ripples in the water. If we go to the next slide, this is just a quick breakdown of the expected workforce and what we see as the main sectors that are going to need to grow significantly by 2040. You can see management professionals nearly make up half of that, installation or repair, another third, and production and manufacturing. Now, the production and manufacturing is the one that's the most iffy. We currently, right now, New York State and NYSERDA has just issued an RFP for $200 million to support our supply chain to get some of the manufacturing into the state. And we have another $300 million that we're going to roll out in the coming year to, again, support those major manufacturing options. There's a lot of competition between the states to figure out who's going to be able to construct or manufacture blades, or the nacelle, which is where the generator is housed in turbines, or towers. And New York State certainly has the backing of our current governor and is putting, $500 million into attracting the industry here. And that's going on right now. If we go to the next slide, again, not a ton of students in the audience today, but I wanted to show some of the jobs broken down by the sector of project development, right? So we're looking at project development as the phases are development, manufacturing, construction, and then operation. So if you're developing a wind farm and you're a developer, you're going to need community outreach specialists, government affairs specialists, engineering, marine engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers. You'll need attorneys, scientists. I come from atmospheric science. That's how I got my intro into wind energy. So there's those options. There's finance, onshore scoping work, just to give you a flavor of the opportunities that are available right now, because we have 5 major developers developing their projects, 2, of course, under contract. If we go to the next slide, that's the manufacturing and construction. You saw that great picture of the Haugland labor unions running the cable. But there's also the painters, the steel workers, the iron workers, the dock workers, all of our construction unions involved. You know, NYSERDA has been incentivizing our iron workers. We've just given them $2.3 million to include new offshore wind cutting materials. So those iron workers were out working on South Fork, and they had these great stories about how they were doing better cuts than the European counterparts, and they were so proud of themselves because of the new training that they have available. And that's just incredible to hear. We also have, you know, our electricians applying for funding so that they can upgrade their training. They have a fantastic training facility in Queens. I don't know if you've ever seen it when you're on the BQE. It's got a big 3 in solar panels for our local 3. They're getting new HVDC training capabilities because we desperately need that. Right now our grid is AC and we know we've got to go DC. So our electricians are on it. That's just to give a quick flavor of some of the opportunities and real things happening in manufacturing and construction. And then there's operation and maintenance. So once the wind farm is built, those long-term jobs, the folks that are working on the vessels, going out and making sure the turbines are working every day to where the capacity that they're supposed to. You can see there's a ton of maritime jobs. We're working really closely with, you know, New York State is home to one of 3 maritime universities in the nation, SUNY Maritime in the Bronx, and they're doing all sorts of cool stuff. They have offshore wind simulators so you could see what it's like to drive vessels through a wind farm and train that way. They're taking captains and making sure that they have the correct training so that they can do safety corridors during construction in their off-season, fishing captains even. That's just, and then of course we have the Harbor School, which is high school, you know, and they can feed into SUNY Maritime. So we have a great maritime community in New York City and in New York State, and we're making sure they have the awareness and the training potential to really take advantage of these opportunities. The next slide, if you get slides from today, should just be helpful to you, just breaking that down again and listing what's land-based and what's sea-based. Of course, if you get seasick or are afraid of heights, maybe the sea-based jobs aren't for you, but there are plenty of land-based jobs. And what should really be nailed home is these are not new jobs with new titles that have never been heard of because this is a new industry. These are jobs that we have been educating folks on forever. Marine scientists, electrical engineers. It's just making sure people are aware that they have this great opportunity to work in this new emerging field, offshore wind. The next slide shows typical educational attainment. I'll just note that most of the jobs that are going to be created only require a high school diploma. So they're not hard to reach. And of course, New York State's Climate Act is called the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. It marries environmental justice with the development of offshore wind. So we have a goal in our state of 40% of benefits going into areas that have been designated by our Climate Action Council as disadvantaged communities. That means we need to train people that have historically been unaware of opportunities and bring them into the mix and make sure that they're getting training and they're getting jobs and investments brought about by this new industry. Another, on the next slide, is just a great resource for you, offshorewindtraining.ny.gov, if you weren't aware of it. It shows where anyone can go and get training for any type of job in offshore wind, and if you're interested in going into the industry, it has a career pathways map. So if you're a brand new person, entry level, mid-level, or senior, you can find out where your place is and what jobs are available to you given your skill set. One more slide, that's the learning from the experts. We have 40 videos from all sorts of folks working in offshore wind on YouTube. They're short, they're easy bite-sized, entertaining snippets. I suggest you watch them if you want to learn more about just different aspects, whatever it might be. The experts are there talking about them. And that's it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I talked for a little bit too long probably, but I love talking about this stuff. So thanks so much for the time.
Our next panelist is Deborah Solomon. Deborah is the director of Program Development at CityTech CUNY Continuing Studies Center. Over an 18-year career, her focus has been on providing affordable, hands-on renewable energy and clean technology training for all New Yorkers, especially those who are traditionally overlooked. Starting with solar PV in 2007 and energy storage a decade later, Deborah's focus is now on offshore wind. A background in design and construction led her to her exploration of energy production that is both efficient and sustainable. We don't know yet the forms that energy generation and storage will take. The field is wide open, and that's a fascinating place to be. So Deborah, feel free to take the podium or speak from your seat.
Hi, can you hear me? It's working. I said to Jessica, I might repeat a few of the things she said because I know very well Jessica's work. My name is Deborah Solomon, and I work in the Continuing Studies Center at CityTech. So for all the years that I've worked at CityTech, I've been very involved in workforce development. The CUNY traditionally serves people who are, it's a diverse community of people that are traditionally overlooked when it comes to the professions and really all kinds of jobs. So my goal has always been to help make the connection for people so that they can get entree to all kinds of new employment in New York City. So, trying to do my phone, it's tough, okay. So I'm going to talk about a few different aspects of my work at the Continuing Studies Center. And the first thing I want to talk about is, if you can just move the slide, please. There we go. Okay. So the goal is really to serve communities that are, well, let me go back to my work in renewable energy. I've been doing, my department has been presenting renewable energy training since 2007. We started doing solar PV training. Solar was just a gleam in the city's eye. It was, hardly anybody put solar on their rooftop. But now, years later, it's, everyone has solar. So that really is, that's really exciting because it gives you, a perspective on where offshore wind will be in 10 years. My goal is to communities that are most affected by carbon. We're looking at the power plant in Astoria that has, been a cause of asthma for the people that surround the plant. So this plant was taken offline, as many of you know, and I think its current use is going to be a substation. The transmission lines from the offshore wind, I believe, if I'm correct, Jessica, are going to come in here. And so I'm also an artist. I was going to start off by telling you we have 2 artists on stage. I think this is such a great solution to, it's such a great transition from one old technology, carbon-based electricity, to the new one. Reuse a power plant and remove this source of asthma from the community. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. So CUNY is made up of about 25 campuses, and we're all, working hard on our own projects. There's sometimes overlap, but a couple of years ago, 4 CUNY campuses that I often work with, we decided that we're going to collaborate. Instead of working in our own silos, we decided to collaborate and see what we could do to foster the growth of jobs in offshore wind and get our various communities upskilled and ready to work when the jobs come. So CityTech, Kingsborough, LaGuardia, and College of Staten Island. have all joined together. We first received an award to write the curriculum for a presentation that is now ready. And we received a second award from Equinor to deliver this presentation. It's called Bridges to Offshore Wind. And we're basically going to go around all the boroughs, especially to neighborhoods where people are not so likely to find out about job opportunities in offshore wind. Let them know what the jobs are, because there are many kinds of jobs, as Jessica said, and how to get these jobs. What kind of training do you need? Do you need a degree? Can you do this with a certificate? And we're going to let them know, we are letting them know in our presentations, where they can go within CUNY to get very affordable training. Okay. So these are the 4 campuses that are involved. It's called the CUNY Offshore Wind Advisory Network. We do have overlap between our departments, but we've sort of all identified a different career path. So City Tech is firmly rooted in the trades. And so I am working on slowly a certificate in manufacturing that will be very applicable to offshore wind manufacturing jobs when they come. But what the training that people get with this certificate will allow them to go right to work as welders, in machine shops, perhaps into the millwright pre-apprentice program. So that's what City Tech is doing. Kingsborough is a maritime campus, and so that's great because they're going to be what's called, has anybody heard of GWO training? Global Wind Organization? Okay. It's the safety training that you need to get onto any kind of vessel that's going to service the turbines. So that might be a marine transport vessel. Any time you get on the water. So all of the trades people, the unions will need to have GWO certification. And also, Kingsborough's training is going to allow people to work immediately on the ferries, where there are a lot of jobs. So that's what Kingsborough is doing. LaGuardia has been working, and I think is soon going to deliver a program for wind turbine techs. Those are the people that will climb up the turbine, go into the nacelles, and service, adjust the nuts and bolts inside the generator, which is the nacelle. And that's in Queens. And then College of Staten Island is also doing engineering. There will be lots of jobs for engineers, and they're doing environmental studies as well. So if you go to the next slide, if you're interested in knowing more about this Offshore Wind Advisory Network, if you're interested in having Bridges to Offshore Wind presented for one of your organizations, please reach out to me. You can find me after the presentation. And if you'll go to the next slide, please. We have a duplicate of a slide that Jessica showed, but I want to tell you something that happened yesterday that was really exciting. I was at Vineyard Wind invited all the CUNY campuses to come and go on a boat and actually visit an offshore wind farm. And it was really thrilling because I've been, working with my colleagues and talking about this on paper for a few years. To get on the boat and to see this, was very exciting. These are just the artist in me, the curious person in me was so engaged and thrilled, really, to see wind making electricity. And they're massive. It's just such an undertaking to put even one up, and it's great. But what Vineyard Wind has done very well, I think, is they've really engaged the community. So they need to make sure that the area around the turbines is clear. So they've engaged the local fishing fleet to actually go out, surround the turbines, and watch out. Make sure that there are no whales, make sure there are no other vessels. The fishermen are making money when they're not off fishing. It's good for them. They've invited local food purveyors to provide food at the work sites. They've done a lot of things. And so it's not just the building, it's not just the unions that are going to be working in this industry. And you can go to the next slide. Okay. And this is just showing you the programs that my department has. There are so many ways, really, that you can get into working in offshore wind. We need, we have program development, we have construction project management, we have electrical training, AutoCAD, really many skills that can lead you on a path to working in the industry. So please be aware of this, and please let people know. You can find a link to our website on this slide. It's citytechce.cuny.edu. You'll find all the programming that we have. And we often have funded programs. Those are free. And I think one more slide. Yeah, this just gives you some details about programs that we have that can serve you well for getting into, for getting offshore wind jobs. We have fundamentals and advanced electricity. We have basic arc, advanced arc, MIG and TIG welding. They're going to need a lot of welders, but you can work immediately as a welder. We have a whole stack of construction project management classes, and we have this certificate that I'm now developing. So I think I'm talking for too long, so I'm going to stop, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I've been told we actually have the council member for District 38 with us today, Alexa Vilas. So I'm actually going to read her bio, and she's going to join us on Zoom and say a few words.
You should. Can you get the council member on the screen if she were to come on video? We would see her. Josh, you have... or Riff. There she is.
Oh, great. I'm going to read the biography for Alexa Vilas, and then she'll say a few words to the conference. Alexa Vilas is a proud New Yorker living in Sunset Park with her husband Frankie and their 2 daughters, and serves as a New York City council member serving Council District 38. She was born in Bayamon, Puerto Rico, and grew up in East New York, Brooklyn. Avila's path has been inspired by her mother, Isabel, a brave, vivacious, and loving woman who rebuilt their lives after the loss of her father to gun violence. Isabel used her own life experiences to help others suffering from poverty, incarceration, and substance abuse disorder. Before her election to city council, Avila's career spanned almost 3 decades in the not-for-profit and philanthropic sectors. Most recently, she served as program director at the Sherman Foundation, where she supported local and national social justice organizations that included work to protect human rights, autonomy, and dignity of all people. She has supported state and national efforts to reduce the incarceration of juveniles and adults, fought discrimination across multiple government systems, and supported the empowerment of marginalized communities. Aviles also serves as PTA president at PS 178 for nearly a decade, partnering with parents, staff, and students to improve academic and recreational programs. She championed language access and an inclusive and supportive community for all. She has had the privilege of serving as the chair of the NYC Youth Board and on multiple local and national nonprofit boards, including Brooklyn Community Board 7. She is a proud alumna of A Better Chance and the National Urban Fellows, and the first in her family to go to college. She is a graduate of Columbia University with a bachelor's degree in sociology and Latin American history. And she earned a master's degree in public administration at Baruch College at the Austin W. Marks School of Public and International Affairs. So welcome, Alexa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes, maybe. Okay, I think I see you. I am so delighted to be here. And of course, I have to thank the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center for this incredible conference and all the work that they've done on the Brooklyn Waterfront. I agree with some of my fellow panelists that hearing your bio is like, oh, thank you for that very generous introduction. I am just so excited to be the representative of Sunset Park, the community that you have heard from in the keynote with Elizabeth Young-Pierre from Uprose, and certainly all the EDC members that have been working on the SBMT site, and making sure that Brooklyn is the center and one of the leaders in this incredible opportunity. And the truth of the matter is that we must do this. We have to make sure that we find alternative energy sources to meet our needs, and something that is a source that is healthy, and a source, a variety of sources, right, that can support our community's needs. So I just want to thank everyone in the room, all the experts, for the amazing work that you have done to both not only attract this industry, right, since we are in the early stages, but also make sure that there are jobs and that our communities are not left behind. I think my job is not only as a cheerleader, but to make sure that our most local residents, the people who live just 2 blocks away from a facility like SBMT, are not left behind. And there are enormous amounts of opportunities, but there are also so many barriers that we still have to address as a community. Among them are language proficiency. We have an incredible diverse community that speaks many, many languages. And in fact, most speak a language other than English at home. So how do we make sure that folks are getting those opportunities for this industry and this sector? Similarly, making sure that folks who have been left behind in the traditional system, folks who are underemployed or have not received their high school diploma, because over a third of our community hasn't received a high school diploma. So these are all exciting elements, all the CUNY programs that have been established, NYSERDA's research work, all the training videos, obviously the innovation hubs. This is truly exciting to me, and having just come back from Copenhagen with the Climate Jobs Institute, seeing these turbines up close is unbelievable, and really fills me with so much excitement with the opportunities that New York, our community, our country truly needs. And so just bravo to everyone today, and thanks again to the Research Center for making sure these conversations are happening. And I look forward to continuing to work with you all and connecting our community in all the ways that they need to be connected, because they must be part of this transition. We cannot continue to leave communities who have been impacted by, our consumerism and diesel infrastructure, but they should be leading. And so thank you so much, and just excited to be here and excited to see these turbine parts that are going to come to SBMT, and all of the opportunities for our ports, for our industrial business zones, to be part of the supply chain of this new industry. We are deeply committed to the transition. And so thank you so much.
Testing, testing. Is this one on? Great. Yes. Well, I just want to say thank you to all of our panelists for joining us today, and for Alexa for being here as well. And I just want to jump right into a couple questions before we open it up to the audience, to orient it kind of towards the trajectory of the day, where we're talking from a national level to a state level to a city level, and now really looking at like a Brooklyn level. This is the Brooklyn Waterfront Research Center. So I guess I'd love to ask the panel to reflect on, how will offshore wind impact Brooklyn itself? A great majority of the sites that have been proposed in New York City are located either on the waterfront of Staten Island or Brooklyn. The EDC has identified a number of sites along the Brooklyn waterfront, in Sunset Park, in Gowanus, in Red Hook, that could be involved in the offshore wind industry, not just the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, but sites including, shipyards, tugboat yards, sites including empty lots that could also be developed into offshore wind. And of course, there's all of these training programs that are taking place throughout Brooklyn and New York City as well. Kingsborough, tons of high schools identified by NYSERDA that are training the next generation of workers to enter into this new industry. So like looking at Brooklyn, how might this all impact Brooklyn specifically?
Okay, I'll start. Brooklyn specifically, let's think. Well, when we're talking about our ports, obviously the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal is the prime time real estate. It is fairly free of air draft restrictions. I think it only has to go, if you're tugging parts out into the Atlantic, I think it only has to, a barge would only need to cross under the Verrazano Bridge, which it's rather high up. The Navy Yard is a little bit more complicated. It's very restricted in what can go out of there based on being smack dab in between, the Manhattan and Brooklyn Bridge and in the lower height of that. But there are a lot of facilities within the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I know one offshore wind developer has an office there, Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind. So they took over an entire floor, I think, of a brand new building in the Navy Yard. There's also the new lab in the Navy Yard that's gotten a lot of investments from developers. The new lab looks at all sorts of new sustainable development and technology for startups, a lot like the Innovation Hub, but for, again, sustainability across the board. And they have received a lot of offshore wind donations. So there's a lot of growth going on at the new lab in the Navy Yard. Again, offshore wind developers there. It'd be interesting to see what else could happen, because there is real estate. Beyond SBMT and the Sunset Park community and the offices that are within Industry City that Equinor has set up, we have our goodness, I can't think of a single union training facility in Brooklyn itself. I feel like most of them are out in Queens or Long Island City. And they're all getting investments, millions of dollars of investments. So that wouldn't factor into Brooklyn itself. As you mentioned, you pretty much mentioned it while you were asking the question. The universities are, like City Tech, are ramping up their programs and labs. And, we have a lot of really, really wonderful community-based organizations that are getting involved in just raising awareness and using their assets to spread information and make sure that they're aware of the construction going on at SBMT and the future opportunities. Off the top of my head, those are the main things that come up for Brooklyn specifically. I don't know if any of my fellow panelists have more to add.
Yeah, please chime in.
Hello. Yeah, so for Brooklyn, for us, in terms of our capacity building programs, we do a lot of heavy recruitment within the Sunset Park region. We got, really excited this past cohort that we got a firm that is based in Sunset Park. So this is kind of what intentionality we have specifically in making sure that people that are within the immediate vicinity of SBMT are being included. Also, just to reference our sister program, Construct NYC, that program, as I mentioned before, has been running since 2016. That program itself is 80% minority-controlled businesses. So within the MWBE pool, there's non-minority females that are included within that pool. So directly who we're serving through our programs has been primarily minority businesses. The other side of our $93 million in awards, about a third of it is going to businesses that are based in Brooklyn. So we really want to kind of continue this cycle of making sure that we're tapping the businesses that are within the relevant neighborhoods. And just overall, I would say, yes, we care about MWBE citywide, but we want to make sure we're doing that extra effort to make sure that, hey, what's going on in your backyard, you know about it, and that we're, listening to your opinions. I think another kind of great tidbit about what we're doing in our capacity building space is also in the scope of Local Law 97, so I hope that the next version of this conference will go a little bit deeper into that. But with Local Law 97, we've also kind of pivoted our training protocol to include, a green, sustainable, and clean construction module where vendors are basically able to upgrade their license with the DOB to have a sustainable contractor status. We see this as being an opportunity for the future as, Local Law 97 and decarbonization of the buildings in New York becomes more and more prevalent of a need for both the public and the private market, that we continue to drive that with MWBE is having, their urban green professional in construction management, their urban green professional in building fundamentals, so that, nobody gets left behind. Thank you.
I'm happy to pitch in a little bit more as well, from the academic or NYU perspective, and also as one of those ecosystem or innovation stakeholders. I think we're already seeing it. Next week, for instance, the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub is gonna welcome 2 sets of each 25 high school students coming into the space through virtual reality, learning about the job opportunities within offshore wind. So I think we will see Brooklyn truly become a New York State hub for where people come to see this in action. Actually having a staging port this in such a dense urban area is kind of almost unimaginable. For those of us, I grew up in Denmark, so I grew up with turbines. I visited my first turbine factory when you are in 6th grade. It's mandatory, so this is late 90s. You're taking young folks in really early to understand what this industry is and how massive these machines are is magnificent. I keep telling everyone, the day you will see these turbines arrive down at South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, you will truly grasp how absolutely intriguing this industry is, and you cannot not want to be part of it, right? They are 3 times the size of the Statue of Liberty, right, when they're gathered. It is huge. It is we don't even fathom how big they are unless you've been lucky enough like you to go out and really see it, right? So I think we'll really see Brooklyn turning into this place where people come almost as an attraction to see these massive turbines during the installation seasons. 2 floors above where the Innovation Hub is, there's going to be a new public learning center about offshore wind as well, which I really think, which is targeted towards high schoolers and a little bit earlier. So I think there's a massive opportunity to make this an educational hub as well for that generation. We see it as well. We run a intern program as well, where we take interns. In our case, it's maybe no surprise, NYU engineering students, bring them in and let them intern with the companies that we are working with. And once they're in there, they never leave. You know, it's once you've gotten the bug of offshore wind, you don't get out of it anytime soon. So I think there's a huge opportunity to make sort of like Brooklyn really the place to sort of like experience this, and where we can awaken that interest really early on.
Yeah, and I have students coming next week. This is in partnership with Vinci VR, and I have high school students coming, and they're going to put on their headsets, and they're going to climb the tower, they're going to go into the nacelle, and it's easy for them. You know, my granddaughter, when I came home with this headset that I got from Eagle Woo, I said, I have this headset because it's not my generation, but she said, oh yeah, I know how that works. And she put it on, and you know, she was just ready. So I think that this new kind of technology is really going to engage high school students, and we need a kind of climate literacy, you know, from grade school, you know, from grade school up. So when people come to college, they're just ready.
Sorry, one more plug. So EDC also has an annual maritime career awareness fair that we do invite, you know, the local, not even local, citywide programs that have CTE education. And it's really a nice event. We either hold it at Manhattan Cruise Terminal or Brooklyn Cruise Terminal. And I think that again, speaking to kind of that grassroots kind of information where kids are basically understanding the opportunities within this field, and that they can kind of continue that interest through seeing what jobs will be available, will also kind of be another, you know, game changer for what Brooklyn looks like, because kids are really just more aware of what's out there.
Alexa, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I was just going to add, you know, in Red Hook, we have the Harbor Middle School. So really speaks to kind of building on what others have mentioned, right? It's pushing down this access of education and awareness around this industry, and the fact that it is in their backyard, and, you know, the continued exploration and intentionality of making sure that folks are plugged in, both locally from Brooklyn, in addition to obviously the region. But I think it's going to really require us to continue to be very intentional and targeted to make sure, because the opportunities are so broad, and, you know, things certainly move so fast. So this is all really exciting, between the Harbor Middle School that is evolving and all the schools that surround the facility in the district, and in Red Hook as well. You know, I think all of these things are really important to bring our community in, to really understand what is this new industry, what does it look like, and what does it feel like. And it is definitely one of the most impressionable things to see how big these turbines are, and how they function, and to know that we are part of this innovation is, I think, going to be really exciting for so many of our community members.
Thank you. Yeah, another quick question for the panel before we open it up. You know, at our lunchtime, we heard from Elizabeth Yampere from Uprose, who spoke about the environmental justice aspects of the offshore wind industry. And I guess my question is, you know, we're looking at billions and billions of dollars in a new industry that's emerging. We're looking at multinational corporations who are negotiating these contracts with like the federal government and the state government. And then we're looking at Brooklyn. We're looking at the neighborhoods in Brooklyn, which, you know, Red Hook, Sunset Park, these are neighborhoods that are predominantly minority, immigrants, predominantly lower income neighborhoods. How do we ensure that this process isn't extractive, like that the billions of dollars don't all flow out of these neighborhoods, but that they stay here as much as possible? The jobs, you know, the opportunities stay in Brooklyn, stay in the neighborhoods that are going to be impacted, like Sunset Park, Red Hook, Gowanus, around the Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Well, we do that through how we contract these projects, and how we hold developers accountable for their commitments that they bid into the state with. So the state runs competitive solicitations. NYSERDA runs them. We are the administrator of the Climate Act. So it's our goal to make sure that we reach the Climate Act goals. And in order to get a contract with the state for offshore wind, these project developers bid into our solicitations. So far, we have run 4 of them. And with each one, we've learned a little bit more about what we need to be asking for and what we need to put into our contracts in terms of tracking. And when we first started procuring these projects, it was 2018. And a lot of the laws that were passed for MWBE inclusion and environmental justice and disadvantaged community benefits didn't come until 2019, 2020, and 2021. And so our procurements changed as those laws were passed and as we were able to implement more tracking requirements, more transparency requirements, more economic benefits. And you know, while we are trying to implement tracking measures so that we can look at the data and say, is there disparity? Is this industry discriminatory? Are we not awarding enough contracts to MWBEs? Are we not seeing jobs going to folks that live within these communities that are impacted? We've developed technical working groups at NYSERDA, to Elizabeth's point. You know, Elizabeth served on the Climate Action Council that helps define what a disadvantaged community is, and what benefits would even be considered. And, you know, NYSERDA has heard from the environmental justice communities over and over and over again. They want to be part of baking the cake. They don't want the cake presented to them and then asked, is this good enough? So we go to them with our technical working groups. We have an environmental justice technical working group, and we say, this is our intention. This is what we're trying to track. How do you propose we do this? What do we need to put into our policies? And we hear from them, and you've seen the iterative advances of our procurements. If you look back at what we're now requiring for job tracking and MWBE tracking, it's changed quite a lot because it's been informed by the environmental justice communities. So in short, we're now able to, within our project contracts, require developers to tell us what jobs are being counted within their project, what the job count is, the census tract that those individual jobs are coming from. We're asking for MWBE contracts. We are evaluating bids based on whether or not they're making investments, not just trinkets, but actual pathway investments. So investing into a training program, making sure that training program then has direct hires into jobs, that they're in the community, that they're hosting proper community events, not just check in the box events. We have all new stakeholder engagement requirements. And those continue to be informed by members of environmental justice communities. And that's what we intend to implement. You know, NYSERDA walks a fine line between making sure that developers want to do business within New York and that we're not creating projects that are prohibitively expensive and would impact ratepayers, but also making sure that we're using the local talent and incorporating the folks that have historically been left behind. You can do both. It's difficult, and you make a wrong step every once in a while, but policy is iterative, right? And I think where we're at now offers a lot of transparency, and we'll be able to go back to the data and see whether or not there was disparity or discriminatory practices. This industry is brand new in the United States and in New York State and is evolving. So we have, you know, we'll continue to modify it to make sure that those state law requirements of the 40% overall benefits into disadvantaged communities and the 35% MWBE threshold utilization are reached. And if not, we want to know why.
Danielle, do you have any thoughts from the EDC's perspective? And you had mentioned, like I had said, that 1/3 of construction workers are immigrants, which is pretty amazing. Like, how do we actually ensure that, you know, immigrants living in, let's say, Sunset Park are able to join this workforce?
Yeah, I think it goes back into the first point that I made relative to the fact that we're looking for businesses that are based out of these communities. And I think that I guess one constraint that we really have is really that the business programs for capacity building that EDC has are really geared towards businesses that have been established. It's not a forum for like startup businesses, but we do believe through kind of the other initiatives that we are assisting in that we're also kind of capturing those kinds of folks as well. But really, I think the heart of it comes from how good we are able to kind of identify people who are interested in the space, because really this being new to New York means that a lot of the services that we need potentially are not necessarily what's readily available in the market for MWBEs. It's a question of pivot, right? So you can't really ask someone to perform a service that they've never performed before without having any understanding of what pieces are in play in order to do that. So really, I think that through our Waterfront Pathways program, we're opening that door of that information so that business owners can make their own choices relative to the idea, do I want to pivot and add an additional service that goes, kind of tangentially with what I currently have? And really what we're seeing is that businesses are interested in doing that, but it's just a question of how many businesses, who they are, and us identifying them. And that's really what Waterfront Pathways is here to do, and also kind of that other side of the tracking, right? Making sure that we're determining, okay, that 30% of MWBE utilization, what neighborhoods are these MWBEs based in? Who are they employing, right? I think a lot of kind of the backside of like MWBE, where people will say, oh, doesn't matter that the business is owned by an MWBE if they're, not employing people that are people of color. At the end of the day, being an entrepreneur and growing a business that is owned by an ethnic minority does a lot more for the larger scape of, wealth generation and intergenerational wealth, rather than kind of at the workforce level where there's potentially just, helping someone get a job is not helping someone get a career. And I think that the other side of that is like, if you look at the research about careers and workforce, a lot of people have jobs, a lot of people don't have careers. So career is the idea that there is a next level, there's constant improvement that you can get to another place that will be a higher paying wage. And frankly, what our goal here is not necessarily just to get people jobs, but to get them careers.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Tone, for the businesses that you're working with, like the startups you're working with, they're dealing with these amazing technologies of AI and VR. Like, are any of them staying in Brooklyn and kind of, employing local people or working to share those technologies in some way with folks around the Industry City location you're at?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a great question, and we get it a lot. And I think also sort of like tagging into a little bit your first question, right? Like, if you are a startup or a small business in any shape or form, what they tend to focus on is, how do I get my next contract? Because I have people on staff already that I need to pay, or maybe my own house is completely mortgaged to the roof, right? And if the next contract doesn't come in, they don't have a livelihood at all, right? So what we sort of like try with the Offshore Wind Innovation Hub and the programming that we do both for the cohort, but also for the community members, is to make it as easy as possible for them to navigate this system of what's going on in Sunset Park. Who are the stakeholders that they are to engage with? How do they easily find the right folks that could be employed in their companies and so on? One of the things, before I maybe answer, because one of the things we also do talk a lot to the startups on, many of them are fairly dependent on federal grants, or sort of like grant raising in many ways to develop their technologies. And part of the IRA is that all of them now, as part of getting federal grant money, have to do community benefit planning as part of their grants. So we work a lot with them on sort of like essentially educating them on what does that then look like. Now that you have to do this in order to get R&D money, then how do you make impactful community benefit plans as part of these projects? How do you actually integrate it so it isn't sort of like a separate, oh, I have to do this, but how do you actually make it part of the value proposition for the innovation or for the technology they're doing. And all of this kind of combined actually means that many of them really want to stay in Brooklyn, right? It's an amazing place to have a business, both because of all the work that my two co-panelists organizations here are doing, like the EDC and NYSERDA, is making it incredibly attractive to stay here and have amazing programs. So I think for many of them, it's more just like, how do I do? Like they come to us, be like, I would love to do that, but I have a million other things. How do I make that easy? So that's really where we sort of like fit into that puzzle and make sure that like, now we mentioned a few of the companies already that we are working with as well, but most of them are setting up shop in New York. Like, first of all, they come and have tenantship with us. So in that sense, they are already in Brooklyn and in Sunset Park. They have an office there. They come and work from there. But also that the manufacturing or whatever they're looking to do sort of like takes place in New York. So I hope we'll see some interesting announcements coming out about that hopefully soon. Teaser. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of something while you were speaking in line with how do we make sure that EJ communities are involved from the start. So I want to give an example. Next week, we're meeting at the Environmental Justice Technical Working Group is meeting at Ravenswood to do a tour. And on that day, we're all working together on a report that NYSERDA intends to put out by the end of the year that catalogs community assets. And the intention was the comment that Elizabeth made at lunch, that we don't want to see these projects bringing in trinket investments, right? Saying, well, we gave them a $70 million fund, what else? And they're not getting jobs, they're not getting, family sustaining careers. So the intention was, well, let's make a database that developers can revert to, because as developers grow their companies, they're bringing in a lot of people from outside of the state or bringing in brand new people to the industry, and they might not know assets within the community that are available that they can invest in and grow and use that are already trusted by environmental justice communities, right? So if they have a career readiness or a person of contact that alerts them of job opportunities, programs like that, or after school programs that are already working really well, let's just grow that. Let's not start a new fund. Let's not start something new that's unknown and not trusted by these communities. And what we found from the start, even with this study, we first have to ask these communities, what do you consider a community asset? First, we can't define that for them. We can't go to them and say, this is what we think is an asset from your community. Is it right? We have to sit down first and say, what do you think we should include as an asset that we would like to present to developers to further invest in? And then once we have that, it's how do we go about cataloging those assets? Is it just an inventory? Because that sounds like more work on community-based organizations. Or is it some sort of opt-in, again, more work. How do we present these assets? Do we publish them? Are they okay with us publishing their contact information? All of this, you have to get feedback on to help the industry, right? But it's worth it to get proper investments and proper benefits instead of the old way of doing things, which is, again, to bake the cake and present it and ask if it's good enough. It takes a little bit of time, but honestly, the resources within these communities are so incredibly sophisticated, like UPROS, or the Red Hook Initiative. Just incredible expertise that can be tapped into while we're making these policies and providing these resources to the industry.
Richard, did we want to take any questions from the audience, or? Yeah, we might open it up to the audience, and I see quite a few hands being raised. Feel free to address any of the panelists or Alexa as well.
Thanks, guys. And this is really a very, very important question. When I go to work with various underserved communities, one of the prime things that they want is jobs. So this is quite important. So my question is, I guess I got to make it as broad as possible. First of all, I am assuming that you don't have to need prior experience in the construction trade in order to be hired. Is that correct?
Well, it would depend.
I mean, after your training, et cetera, et cetera. All right, let me put it a different way.
He's saying if you do go through a training program, you don't necessarily have had to have worked prior to that in construction. Is that the question?
I think if you get in through a union apprenticeship and you are affiliated with a union, then you've had the correct training. As long as you have the correct training certifications, you are qualified. We don't expect, the iron workers from New York City to have experience putting on anode cages to turbines offshore. A lot of them are first timers out there.
Right.
And that's why we have composite crews of crews coming over from Europe that have that experience to help train workers without experience. Eventually, the market will tilt more so that we have all of our workers and less European workers. But of course, when you're building an industry that's existed for 30 years in Europe, it makes sense to have their expertise teaching our construction workers offshore that have less experience.
So, and you brought up the other part of my question, which is the better paying, longer lasting jobs. Do they require belonging to a union in order to get them? And if not, is any percentage of those jobs set aside for union?
For operation and maintenance, there is no union for a wind turbine technician. That industry might choose to unionize in the future, but as of right now, there is no union. And I'm fairly certain for power plant operation, there's not a particular union in play there. But I will say, because we're interested in building careers, the way we try to structure the development pipeline is that one project goes into construction, and as that project is ramping down, the next project's going into construction, so that these construction jobs continue on for the next 20 years as we build out 9+ gigawatts of offshore wind. So hopefully, even the construction jobs will be long-terms, perhaps with some down period in between, depending on permitting, what happens with the federal government, delaying construction. But we do intend to create those to help maintain those construction jobs as longer-term jobs as well.
Yeah, I hadn't realized that it was staggered in that way, but that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the solicitations being done every couple of years, that does make sense that it could be, work could be there for years and years ahead.
You have to balance it, though. Is it better to wait just to do career-sustaining jobs, or should we act now for climate change? So it's these projects have to be built quickly, but we do intend to make the timeline conducive for longer-term jobs, of course.
Other question from the audience? Yes, Owen.
Good afternoon, Owen Foote. I've been leading waterfront tours for the past 25 years, and we have a wonderful shoreline in Brooklyn, so thank you all for the great work you guys have been doing. It's been improving, gotten safer if you're cycling. I know it's a conference about offshore wind, but I would like you guys to start looking at onshore. If you had a windmill along that bike ride along the shoreline, I think would be great. We have one in Brooklyn, but it would be great to just have dozens upon dozens of them onshore. And I know I'm off topic because this is offshore, but why not? And particularly if you have a new institution in Sunset Park that's dealing with windmills, perhaps on our tours of the Brooklyn shoreline, we could actually see some windmills on our shoreline in Brooklyn. So it's a request, please. It's not often I get to talk to my councilwoman. Thank you.
Yeah, plug to build some windmills onshore. That wouldn't be bad for me. I mean, if you look at the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, there isn't really a heavy visual component that says to you, hey, this is an offshore wind facility.
Well, I will say this, and I will die on this hill. These are not windmills. These are turbines. Turbines turn and generate electricity. Windmills turn and grind grain.
It's shorthand.
So we got to be clear what a turbine is and what a windmill is. We once created a video of little kids doing terminology for offshore wind, and I'll die on this hill. It'll never be fully accepted, but I will continue to say that. And I used to work in onshore wind resource assessment. The tricky thing about onshore in the city is turbulence. We have a lot of buildings, and those turbulence tears up wind turbines. So unless you have a lot of clearance where you have a nice smooth wind flow going into the turbine, it's really, really difficult to do. Most of our buildings block the wind resource. Even if you go really high, it's very turbulent because of the building structures. So it makes it more, but rooftop solar is definitely huge in the city. But upstate, we have a lot of wind farms under development onshore.
We do have a lot of wind on our shore.
I think the wind turbine that you're talking about is the one at the recycling facility, right? Yeah. So I would say that just based on knowing how much energy they actually gain from that one wind turbine there, it's not fully operational where they're carbon zero relative to getting all of their energy from that wind turbine. So it's just, I think, a question also of space, right? How many wind turbines we would need onshore would probably be vastly more than what we would need offshore. So that's kind of like the middle ground. But if you're interested in putting a wind turbine on the waterfront, we would right near the waterfront. I think that we can definitely discuss a little bit further to see if there's any other viable locations. But I think on a larger scale for us to really generate the amount of gigawatts that we'll need, it's going to be in the water.
Again, reminding folks, this is the size of the Empire State Building. Like, that's how big these turbines are. You don't just put Empire State Buildings sort of like anywhere, So yeah, again, the size of what is actually going on water is just mind-blowing. So maybe not so easy, but I love that. I hope you'll sail by when they start coming in the summer 26. Then you'll kind of like see, how massive these things are. So not gathered, but I hope it'll be a tourist attraction, as I said.
Hi, yeah, very interesting discussion. Thank you very much. This is a somewhat tangential question, but it's also a technical question. We know that the turbines produce electricity and then it's transferred through cables. Now, what is being done, or is anything being done with the new technology, which is really an old technology, of microwave transmission, where the turbines will produce electricity, but you don't need a cable? What's on that front?
I'm happy to sort of go on that one, because one of our 10 finalists are precisely working on that technology. It's called wireless transmission, and it essentially you use the fact that the Earth's core and the ground essentially is already able essentially to transmit energy. It is a company called Terawatts. It's a female-led company out of Brooklyn, New York. So Brooklyn is also on the forefront of that. It's a really amazing technology. So far, it hasn't been proven at very large scale, and there is essentially questions about how much power loss you will see transmitting energy in that way, given that the reasons we use cable, right, is because copper is very efficient in transmitting energy. So there's a little bit of what we're actually looking a lot into in terms of that technology, and together with Equinor evaluating that technology, is whether it makes economic sense to work in that manner. There's also a lot of permitting and federal regulation in terms of trying to get that potentially to be a viable technology, but it is out there, and whether it's going to be efficient enough for very, very large scale projects like offshore wind to transmit energy in that sense, let's see. But for maybe smaller types of renewable projects, solar and so on, it's definitely a technology that's already there and it's rapidly being developed right here in the city.
The only reason I mentioned it is because solar energy 20 years ago was, too expensive. Technology is going so fast that microwave transmission is going to be here, and the structures will be there ready. Thank you.
I wanted to check in with the council member and see if you had any questions at all or any comments for the panel.
Actually, I have to leave, so I just want to say thank you. And, to this question around, how do we ensure that the local community, the Sunset Park Red Hook community that surrounds this facility continues to be engaged, to benefit, to be part of the table of decision making, comes with that intentionality and really being very clear-minded around kind of targets and outcomes that we're seeking. And so when Skanska is coming in with the many construction jobs to support the building of the port and fortifying it for its marshaling job that it will be doing with the turbine parts, we want to make sure that there are clear lines of communication where local residents can actually get those job postings and can make sure that we can support them in applying for those positions. So it's a whole ecosystem, and we have great partners. So I look forward to doing more of that work with everyone. And I've got to learn more of the technology that the person just asked about. But I will say that New York City like other countries. It's about offshore wind, it's about solar energy, it's about all the ways we need to decarbonize and work on all these fronts at the same time. And I think there are huge opportunities for our city to do that, for our young people to be involved in leading that innovation and the cultural shifts that need to happen for us to get to net zero. So thank you so much. And I'll have to jump, but have a great one.
Thank you so much for joining us.
I just want to take a director's prerogative for one moment to answer Jessica's question about the use of the term windmills. You see, when we were opening this and when we were thinking about titles, we saw a very precarious, we saw contracts going down and the like. And so, and my favorite literary character is Don Quixote, and those of you who are very observant, you look in the lower right-hand corner of the program, and you will see the Man of La Mancha, Don Quixote. And so it was just Tilting at Windmill. It was a play, but on a little bit more serious, as an English professor who studies language, you know, yes, scientists might call it wind turbines, but actually, when they become ubiquitous, the language is owned by the populace. And so whatever the populace calls it, even if it's not calling it the right term, we might all be calling them, you might be calling them windmills, who knows? But we understand that they are turbines.
If we could just get one to grind some grain, we'd be all set.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Maria Roca with the Friends of Sunset Park, a long time resident of the decades and decades old. I'm encouraged. Well, at first I was also disheartened to see the absence of young people in the audience. That's the first thing I look for. You know, where are the middle schoolers? As far as I'm concerned, where are the 8-year-olds? Because the 8-year-olds are awesome. Boys and girls, and they still, at that point they haven't the girls are as interested in math and capable as the boys are in very old-fashioned language that I'm using. It then becomes, for the reasons that many of us in the room might know or not know, the two paths diverge. I'm a math nerd from way back. I was raised as a math nerd. So as the conversation went along, I was encouraged by what everybody else was being involved in that included middle schoolers. I urge you to lower the grade, and we have a huge shortage, not only in Sunset Park, but across the city, but I'm gonna stay with Sunset Park and Red Hook, of after-school programming. And after-school programming, not just 2:30 or 3 to 6, including weekends. Many of our parents are doing, both parents, if there are both parents, are doing have multiple jobs. If there's a one-parent home, that parent may have 3 jobs. So, children at their most vulnerable are often have the least oversight, which is a formula for disaster. We all know it socially, the studies. There are libraries written of stories and foundations that speak to this all the time. I am encouraged that as the conversation went on, as I said, but we've heard this before. We're going to do this for the kids. It's the students. The Board of Education has to be on board because they're not teaching the level of math that needs to be taught in the way that needs to be taught, so that young people can onboard not only a college education, but also an internship in the summer. I know you guys are going to be quicker to that than the Department of Education. We've been waiting for the Department of Education for a long time, because the Department of Education used to do this when I went to school in the 60s. Okay? I'm dating myself here. So we got away from that for whatever, that's a long conversation. We're counting on you, who have the pulse on what the needs are, to get over this idea that children need, that you can postpone certain educational instruction, math, science, language, writing, because you need to be able to write a proposal, you need to be able to write clearly, not only think it. And we in Sunset Park are going to be watching you. And we want to see our kids off, out roaming around after 2:30 or 3 o'clock, or on the weekends, getting into trouble, because when no adult is watching, that's what children do. But I know you guys, from the way you speak, from the way you're thought about this, can do this and will do this. So I'll leave it at that. And because if we haven't taught children, that's why we often don't have, when businesses say that they cannot find workers, that absolutely fires me up. Well, our society, our institutions did not prepare the workforce for the jobs of tomorrow. We are still teaching for the 20th century economy, and we got to end with that, because then we're going to have to import workers when we have people underemployed, unemployed, smart, but not prepared. Well, thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I can jump in there on that one. I think I was struck by how many of the programs exist already for training workforce in high schools. And I thought that was pretty remarkable that some of these jobs, as was mentioned, you would only need a high school degree. And they were already having high schools throughout Brooklyn offering up programs to learn how to work in this emerging industry. I thought that was pretty remarkable. But it is a multi-generational thing that's occurring. I mean, it's a new industry that's going to last, it's going to require maintenance for many, many years. I have a daughter who's in school in Sunset Park who's 5 years old, and they have after-school programs in which they learn about things in the community. I don't want my kid to be trained to work in the offshore wind industry in elementary school or kindergarten, but is there a way to reach out to local schools at an even lower level, middle school, elementary school, to engage them with this emerging industry? Has anyone reached out to local schools to say, hey, come down to the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal and learn about offshore wind? Because I think that would make a big difference, not necessarily teaching them to work in that industry, but educating them about that industry. Yeah, that was my question for the panel, yes. Well, they don't just, they take my kid over to Greenwood. She's learned about Greenwood, Yeah, no, I'm saying, so,
I feel like this
is
is
there
a perfect,
opportunity for...
No, I feel like
yeah,
this is a perfect, I don't know if you know the organization called Wind Kids. They're absolutely amazing. It's called Wind Kids. It is an educational organization purely focused on precisely kids and creating educational material, either for after-school programs, so that kind of material, or precisely educational material that teachers can take and just implement, so it's Kidwind, yeah, exactly. You're right. Sorry, they're really fantastic, and I will say also at every industry or event I go to, Kidwind has an entire corner. They bring in kids to see all this stuff. So wherever the next boring offshore wind conference is taking place, lots of kids is actually part of that, which is phenomenal. So I just thought it was a great place to give a shout out to Kidwind, who actually are doing great work in terms of that and trying to.
I'm gonna look them up. Yeah.
NYSERDA was one of the founding funders for Kidwind. So, but there's also Offshore Wind for Kids, which is a newer company. I think it's coming out of Denmark, actually, but they're just two guys that have branched out and hired a bunch of folks in the States, and that's building offshore wind turbine foundations, taking kids out to the beach. And developers are doing this, schools are doing this, but you're absolutely right. It's really hard to get folks to come and to do field trips and to organize that. couple of things that NYSERDA has been doing, because we really have said that strategically, given the uncertainty in project timelines and workforce investment, one of the smartest things to do is invest in K through 12, because K through 12, they're going to for sure have this industry growing, booming by the time they're ready for a job and graduating. So we have a couple of programs already right now. We have the Clean Energy Institutes, where on professional development days, those are days that teachers have to go do something for their professional development as educators. They get paid for it. We're also offering stipends on top of that. And if you're a teacher from a disadvantaged community that Sunset Park is designated as, you get a $1,200 stipend for the day. And on that day, on top of your regular salary. And you will receive lesson plans, lab equipment, kits for whatever grade you're teaching. The only requirement is that you go back and teach 4 more teachers from your school what you learned on that day. So we're offering that, but surprisingly, we have a hard time filling seats for the Clean Energy Institute. So we're marketing it to the best of our ability and trying to make it attractive for teachers. We also have the Oh Yeah program, Offshore Wind Youth Action. It's a downloadable PDF, free, on our website, that's lesson plans and labs for offshore wind for K through 12. And it also talks about involvement in climate justice. Admittedly, the Oh Yeah program's a little outdated. We need to give it some love. It was developed in 2020. It's 2024 now, so there's a lot of new advancements, but it's still available and as a resource to teachers. And we certainly write in our solicitations the strategic advantage of investing in K through 12. But as you say, it's difficult. It's difficult to incorporate new curriculum. It's difficult to fill seats. So we just try to provide as much resources as we can, on top of offering the field trips as well. Kid Wind, offshore wind for kids, things like that. Yeah, absolutely.
KIDWIND.
Yeah. Yeah, be our educational liaison in between the schools and our program. That'd be great.
So
I see, I just wanted to say, I see more schools adopting environmental studies in the last, 5 years, which is a great thing. And also STEM became STEAM, right? We finally realized that art should be included because it's a key to critical thinking. So I think if we really are, if there really is a sense of urgency, then it's going to take integrating climate science into school curricula. And teachers are so busy, they're trying to get their students to pass tests. It's hard for them to work in new, no, now you want me to teach this.
So it's not on the standardized test.
Yeah,
and they're like, you want me to teach this? It's not on our standardized test. Why do the students have to pass the standardized test?
So even if you provide the curriculum, they might not have time to do it, but.
So if there are no other questions, there's one. He had that from before. Okay, I took it away. This is our first and last question.
The final question.
You had the first one today, and now you're going to have the last. There you go, Louis. Good to see you back.
And before we get
And
that
do I
question,
get to keep this box?
No, you can't keep it.
Sorry, we have a comment from the panel first.
so before we
Yeah,
take,
that was my question.
We have a comment from
one
the panel
second.
first.
Yeah.
So just for everyone's knowledge here online as well, EDC will be opening a program manager role for our Waterfront Pathways program in the near future. So feel free to add me on LinkedIn, or I have some business cards if you're interested in kind of talking about what that role is. But, just a really good opportunity for someone here.
So what about tracking? Once people enter the workforce, do you track where they come from, which communities they come from, and what happens to them, let's say 5 years down the road, so that the local disadvantaged communities can really see that this thing is working for their behalf?
We are in the process of implementing more rigorous tracking for jobs. What we haven't implemented is the second part of your question, which is 5 years from now, where is that employee? That's really hard to do, but what we have done is looked at a lot of experts and are working on contracting a lot of folks that have experience tracking retention and where trained workers go after a certain amount of time. I won't say that it's included right now in our tracking metrics. It's complicated, right? And we have to, again, walk the line between what developers can really reasonably provide us and what we're asking. And we know what we're after. We know what the community members want to see. We are tracking census tract information and job title information. It's a SOC code, SOC. It's an individual code for every type of job title out there. So we're tracking job titles, and it's designated by the Department of Labor, the SOC code. So we're tracking job titles and census track. But the second half of your question, it is a difficult beast, and we are working to gain as much expertise in that area as possible to implement it, hopefully as soon as our next solicitation. Yeah, we're thinking about it. We're thinking about it really hard.
It's been a challenge generally for the city to do that type of work through workforce programs that we have currently with small business services, higher NYC. We do kind of have the difficulty of having that longitudinal kind of study of individuals within their respective fields, outside of, oh, are they still employed with you? It's really a difficult question relative to kind of sharing people's personal information as a longitudinal study and being able to tag that while keeping confidentiality. So that's kind of a little bit of the challenges within the space. I definitely agree that, it's something that we should work harder to figure out ways around, but it's definitely not something that just in offshore wind we're having the challenge. It's a industry-wide challenge for workforce placement. Yep, agreed.
Okay, so thank you very much. Nathan, thank you. Our panelists, thank you. Danielle and Jessica and Tone and Deborah, thank you very much. You kept this discussion going on quite a while. And that's because there were so many questions, so much interest, and you guys have so much knowledge. And so at the end of a long day, we thank those of you who are with us all day and those who stuck to the very end, and for your questions and your attendance and your insights. Thank you. And I will have to look into law, 97 or 37? 97. 97, thank you. Would it make a whole day conference?